Hello everyone and welcome back to our qualifiers for the Apex Legends Master Circuit for PlayStation. It's our third qualifier today. We've only got one more remaining. Welcome back, and I hope you've all had a wonderful weekend. Joined along with me is Matt. How are you, Matt? Excited to be here with you today.
Same. Had a phenomenal weekend, naturally American, so enjoying the 4th of July. Little bit tired today, but I feel like the action today is going to heat up and wake me up pretty quick. From what I've been watching, it seems like this is a pretty awesome, especially kickoff, as it's just pedal to the metal off the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a Canadian myself, I ended up celebrating Canada Day on July 1st as well. Had a pretty good gaming weekend. Played a bit of ranked myself. Didn't quite hit Apex Predator yet, but I've really been enjoying it. Playing Pathfinder, kind of W keying. Super excited to see the matches today. If you're new here and watching and it's your first time tuning in, we're going to go over the format with you today so you know what's going on in today's games.
Nothing too crazy. Whenever we're looking at the Slate A format, it's going to be trios. That's the bread and butter of whenever we look at Apex Legends. We're going to have up to 20 teams in every single round, but I think right now we're sitting closer to 13 to 15? And we're going to be going through 6 games today. So as we're making our way through everything, everybody has plenty of chances to secure as many points as possible.
6 super fun games, and to win any of those games, you're going to have to look at the point system. So for the first place team that gets first place in the first game, they're going to rack up 12 points, and that's only for placement. Now, for each elimination, it's 1 point for each kill. So the more kills you have, the more points you are getting. And a lot of teams like to mix it up. Some teams like to go for placement. Some teams prefer focusing on kills and eliminations to rack up their points. Second place is 9, third place 7, fourth place 5, fifth place 4, and so on. If you're one of the first to die, unfortunately, you'll get little to no points at all.
Well, that's kind of one of the fun things when we look at Apex Legends. Tons of ways to play, but everybody right now is playing for pride, bragging rights, and of course some cash to take back into their pockets. First place, going to be walking away with $600. Second, $300. We got third and fourth, going to be walking away with $150. And fifth through 10th, get a seat in the seasonal final, so there is a chance to pick up some more money then.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had some teams qualify for today's game, and these are the teams that have qualified. So we've got Aim Assist Euro. They almost took down our champions Baguette ESL last time around. We've got AXFF team. We've got TXC, who made the ultimate clutch in our first qualifiers. We've got RFS, PPM, Mugiwara Pirates, literally vibing, love the name, COA TXCF. Clippers, once again, they've played as well previously. Scoobs as well. They've done awesome. And we've got Viper Squadron. Recognize these names. Glad to see them come back and compete today.
All right, so no surprise, I'm kind of the new guy on the block for this, but I do have to say, naming yourself Mugiwara Pirates does win some favor in my heart off the get-go, so respect on that. But if you see what's going on in this and you want to compete, don't forget the fact that there are tons of ways to get involved in PlayStation, as you can go to compete.playstation.com, and you can compete in Apex Legends. They've got fighting games, Mortal Kombat, all kinds of stuff that you can get involved in. So if you're watching today and you want to get involved in the action for the upcoming qualifiers, know there is still the opportunity. So hop on that website, and hopefully we will see you guys next week.
Yes, and we do need more teams to sign up, because the more the merrier. The more people joining into these awesome events, the more fun and more people that can enjoy these cash prizes and make the competition a little more sweaty, even though it already is. It's super fun to watch. I'm super excited to be here today. We are going to be continuing with Storm Point today and for the foreseeable future, I think all the way up to our finals. So we will be seeing the same map as previous days, and I'm super excited. I want to talk a little bit about the Legend meta before we begin. My personal favorites in Storm Point, let's think. I do like the Bangalores. We've been seeing a lot of Bangalores recently. Valkyrie mostly played every week on most teams, but not necessary. Since we don't have a full lobby, it might be a little easier to make those rotations and play more aggressive comps and kind of discarding Valkyrie, but we'll see. I know in our EU region, we've seen some cryptos as well. We see a lot of variety in these days.
I think it's a lot of people still just trying to fill out the map. Like, again, I'm kind of in that same category, not my strongest map in any form and fashion. But as you said, like the tried and true is always something you can fall back on. Getting in that rotation, making sure that you can make it into the rings, that's never going to do you wrong. And that's, we haven't seen necessarily the high defense comps that we sometimes see come in. And I think that's also kind of a reaction to really when people still trying to fill out the map. If you're going to hunker down in specific places using the defensive comps, you got to know the best places to hunker down, and those are still being filled out right now.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to figure out where the zone's going to pull because I feel like they've added a lot more zones into Apex, but you kind of get the gist of it. You can kind of get somewhere near that end zone, and the longer you wait to go to end zone, the more beacons that you could potentially scan, unless you do have a crypto, which we've seen before, so that is definitely a strategy to use. And for this map also, let's talk a little bit about the weapon combos that a lot of players have been playing. So for this map, since it's so open, since it's so big, having a sniper counts. So longbow, sentinel, charge rifle has been extremely efficient to play on this map, especially if you get to those high ground areas like lightning rod, down beast, and so on and so forth. What are your favorite weapons? Since it's our first time casting together, I kind of want to know a little bit more about you. What do you like to run in Apex?
I'm a sucker for something that can tap at range, and then something that has high ammo. Regarding that, I can kind of cycle between it. I'm still a sucker for an LMG whenever I can get my hands on them. But, I mean, we know the fact that whenever you're just trying to pump out with some AR, it's always going to be good. On this map, I gotta say, I agree entirely. It doesn't feel like it has the same level of choke points that we see the other maps hit. So whenever even you're navigating the choke points that exist in this, having some extra range and having that I guess, DMR sniper capabilities feels like it's so much stronger here.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. The R301 has been one of our favorites as well for a lot of teams.
True.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, look, we've got a lot of Horizons. We got a Pathfinder, and that's a new player to our qualifiers, I believe. Got a champion squad. Nice. We've got the Pathfinder on the champion squad, so looking forward to see them compete today as we drop in. So we've got 13 squads, as you said earlier today. And we're going to see if they end up taking those 50-50s. I know some people kind of have this strategy of going for a 50-50 earlier on just to eliminate a team and get those kill points, since it might be a little hard to find. We might have a contest near Lightning Rod. It looks, as I see, some purple and blue. Stormcatcher, we've got one squad. One squad going fish farms, launch pad, antenna. That's where TSM likes to land. I actually think antenna is a really cool place to land because not a lot of people like contesting here. Like, it's easier to contest in Cenote Cave or somewhere with an even ground.
Looking at this, and we are seeing a push down to Barometer, but looks like that's going to be a pull-off. Susan pulling away from the rest of the group, and I think that that's kind of the nature of the beast. This is going to be not necessarily the most planned out drop patterns. It's a lot closer to just dropping, trying to figure out where we're going to be going off the get-go and feeling out where you're seeing the other people drop at. I do have to say, though, girl, I'm pretty freaking excited. Are we kicking this off with a cave circle?
Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, look at it. It's going to pull down. It's going to either pull inside the cave or probably right outside of cave. It's going to be a lot harder for squads without like a Gibraltar if it does pull outside of cave, because there's not that much buildings to play besides one really on the eastern side of it. But on the western side of it, Caustics would work well there. We've got Viper Squadron playing the Seer. And actually, we were talking about this last week, where Seer is really good to play on this map because a lot of people were ratting. Now, once you play Seer, you're never going to get ratted on in your entire life because you're consistently using that passive scan when you're walking around.
Yeah, and there's a lot of just tricky sections of this. I mean, usually you were talking about it, everybody likes to lean into the comfort that compounds provide. Whenever we look into areas like Cave and the area just to like the northern section of Barometer, it's going to be a lot more like dips and hidey hole locations and can lead to a lot easier of rotations, but also can lead to some really sneaky rat locations that people are not expecting and really allowing people to just catch somebody just entirely off guard in their rotation.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing some people still use the armories, which is nice. I know the armories did get a little bit nerfed as you don't get the self-res inside of them, but in custom lobbies you never did get self-res as they're disabled in competitive play, so I guess it's not too bad for these teams. This is TXC going with the repeater, maybe looking at Stefan, not exposing themselves just yet, but if that team does successfully manage to get inside the armory as 3, they may not be able to fight here, so we're going to Rift right on top of the armory. Is this a duo here? Oh. Color Bucket going cracked. Stefan getting cracked as well, but Stefan doing a major damage on Raymond. Right back into him, but they will be able to heal and survive for now.
Just a good read on that, realizing the fact of how they can exploit the opportunity. Other team taking a step back away from it. Doesn't want to overextend too much, realize the fact it's slightly outnumbered. Looks like maybe taking some shots to see if he can encourage anybody to peek out. Not going to be happening, so Scoob's going to have to separate away from this one and just, I guess, discretion the better part of valor in this situation.
Yeah, it seems like they're a little bit mad that they got the armory stolen away from them. And they're on double white, so they actually really needed it to level up their shields and get better loot. But they're just going to have to deal with what they've got. It was really good to notice that TXC was pushing them. And the fact that they got out when there were only 2 there was impressive in itself. Doing that damage on Raymond kind of created that opening that they needed. Doesn't look like anyone died off a drop, so we still have all 13 squads left, so we're looking to see a good game come by.
Sitting over here with TNC, trying to just mop up the mobs as we can see them popping in and out from this point. Looks like they've just got a strong read onto it, so nobody even around them, I don't believe, at the time, so no other contenders are going to be coming in to try to jump in and see what they can get out of it, so pretty free and clear loot, all considered. But we're still in a very calm section of what's going on as a stalking is coming out from Baguette. Looks like they might have spotted out the opponent on the other side of it. Going to get some tap damage into it. Not enough to really pursue heavily yet, but going to see if they can find some new angles for it. And looks like they might have a read on how they're wanting to handle this. Get some vision on it, get some more, and there we go. Now we're starting to see something that might be pushable.
Oh, and the nade just barely misses Taylor. Taylor is one of our most aggressive players on the squad. Taylor going for the knock. He does end up surviving. That's kind of what Taylor does. Goes for the entries in these type of fights, and that puts them into a 3v2 situation. Obelix wants to push forward, but doesn't end up pushing forward. Notices that there is a bombardment on top of them and gets hit by it. That was unlucky, but Taylor goes in for Eros as well. So Dave and Eros are down. They're down to 1 remaining player, and there it goes. Obelix, massive damage with the R3-1. It's only going to take 1 or 2 more shots to end up finishing it out, and that's Perry with the longbow taking out Festy. That's our, that's our second squad wipe of the game.
Starting to get a little bit more tricksy as we're seeing this shrink come down into that southwestern location, and I think it's just about bumping into people as they make the approach. We only saw one team really drop in this area, so as people are starting to make the slow roll into the ring, you can see the fact that a lot of information is going to be denied specifically on the path with what we're looking at Baguette. Being involved in this fight, they're now going to have to navigate through a much harder area as it's going to be a lot of cliff facings, and so they're going to be walking to much more blind firefights.
Yeah, and the zone is closing. We've got 2 minutes until it fully closes. This is our arguably strongest team in the lobby. They've won so many games, and they've won both of our qualifiers. So they have racked themselves up a little bit of money over the weeks, and they always end up landing north and kind of going for that, first squad wipe, and then they try and go for that end zone. As we can see here, they're taking their time. They know that they can survive in that zone 1 with heals. They know they could survive in zone 2 with those heals, And take a look at our end zone. It's completely empty in Cenote Cave. So our team's predicting that it ends outside of it. I'm not 100% sure.
We're starting to see a death funnel start to build up to the northeast, where just teams are starting to have to pull into that area, with another shrink to the southwest of that position. Means the fact that we're going to start to see more and more teams stacking in that area, and that's going to probably be our big line of demarcation where firefights are going to start breaking out. When we look back over in this area, you can see much cleaner, all considered, as these guys are finding good approach. Going to be approaching onto the western area and doing the island hopping, getting in some scenery and some sun, while I would say that the north is going to be a lot more popping.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are experiencing a little bit of a rotation over here, and they're scanning the big building that I was talking to. The only building on the east side of Cenote Cave, around that mountain. So I believe they're going for that first. And our FS here on the other end of the spectrum, they're crafting. They're getting all their purples right now. They're completely okay, but they do have to look around, because this is a spot that's easily, flankable. Some teams could just come up from any side. There's so many buildings, so it's hard to see. But they did have someone kind of on that water wheel just looking around, and that's smart to do. Not everyone takes those precautions, and sometimes that can just get you killed. So taking the precautions in a tournament like this is going to be well worth it.
I mean, look at what we're talking about right here. We were talking about DMR, snipers, and the effectivity that they have here. And now, look at the range and vision that you can have. If you're not making sure to cover yourself in those, I guess, vulnerable moments, you're going to find yourself in a world of trouble as we're starting to see the compress come down into cave area. That means the fact that third, fourth, fifth parties are going to become much bigger factors very fast. Specifically, that's why you're going to see COA making the move right along these walls where the loot positions are going to be at, where the loot crates are at, so that way they can make sure to deny sight lines on anybody that could be coming up in the wider open areas. Trying to make sure that you do small movements like that, just to try to make sure that you're in cover more and more as you're making your approaches, are going to be big. But looks like Clippers get some vision on somebody, got to take some shots, and looks like that's going to be all they need. They want to get control over this area fast.
That's exactly right. They are also one of our strong teams that we've seen in the past qualifiers, being aggressive, but they're actually taking more damage than they're doing. Seems like that other team is quite strong. They've got double purple and a gold. That's Biohazard there. Very good player. But Jazz is going to hit with the R31 for 44 damage. They're just tanking a lot of bow shots, and that's quite hard to do because the bow hits for 60 or above. Z-Stereo having to pop that battery. This could be a stalemate, and they could end up prolonging this fight for a long time, meaning that other squads might come in and third party. So maybe it's more effective to just stop the fight entirely if they're not able to get a knock here soon. They're trying to get the knock, but they're just so far away.
I like this. Just make sure that you get out of position, move up into a high ground. Opposing team was in a lower position. While they did have good aim, and that kept them alive in that point, realizing the fact that, okay, we're not in a strong defendable position where we're at right now. They just had some shots coming out while they were trying to cross and going, okay, let's reposition out of this, see if maybe we can find some high ground, or at least put some terrain in between us and the Clippers just to get a moment of reprieve, because you don't want to get into the attrition war at this stage this early. Like you were talking about, that was going to be a long, drawn-out fight. That would be a massive problem for late-game firefighting if you just have no bats, no nothing left.
Yeah, and Clippers kind of went the opposite way and potentially are going to craft as well. They did get that late beacon scan, as I was talking about earlier. The later you scan, the more you know about which exact building you kind of want later on. And as you predicted earlier, it is ending directly in the cave here. So a lot of teams kind of grabbing their position, grabbing their little apartment building that they signed up for. Twiggy, they can pick whichever building they want because they were here first. They have Seer, they know everything's open. And it looks to me as they're taking the biggest building there.
Oh, with big building comes great responsibility, though. It makes it a lot harder to monitor everything that's going to be going around. All considered, looks like we are seeing a dance around right now, seeing how they're wanting to make the approach in. Doesn't want to overextend too much. Just going to go ahead and go with some throwables off the get-go. Very hard to approach and really figure out how they're going to make the pull into this one, but RFS trying to thin up everything that's going on. Quick push going to be coming out, and that was clean.
Oh my goodness, that fight ended faster than I could speak. It was really smart because they had someone go in from the bottom, throw an arc star, kind of make the distraction, while Francis was on top with Valkyrie shooting through into the roof and got their first knock so that they could make it a 3v2. That was really smart. The arc star barely missed, but that was super clean, as you said. That was wonderful. Raymond in the kill feed. Oh, TXC taking down one. They got a trade there.
Pathfinder me, love the name. Lets everybody know what you're going to pick right off the get-go. Waiting to see how the new ring is going to be positioned up. But it looks like the West is going to be where a lot of the fun's going to be going on. You're looking at TXCF a moment ago, and they're about to get some company on 2 different angles approaching the location that they're trying to hold down. You have a couple of rats are holding out, but you can see literally vibing, not vibing too much more as they have to step away from a couple of bullets coming their way.
Yeah, and here we see TXC kind of getting shot at. They do look like they're going to reposition as this team is looking to be a lot more aggro. That's literally vibing. But I don't know if they want to close the gap. It would be really hard to fight an area like this as all teams are nearing around them. This is the end zone, so it's going to be hard not to get third-partied. Might be better to play safe, but it looks like they want to play aggressive. Oh no, Lifeline goes down right away. Biohazard's going to have to make some kind of clutch with that ultimate.
I love that the idea behind this was to move into the building itself to give you some more cover instead of being out in the open. But now it's going to be a resource committal. You can see throwables coming out, trying to stall everything, seeing if they can get the time to try to get the res. Going to do the punch to move them out of point, and not aggressive on the other side means the fact that they are going to have the time to pull this one off. But this is a very uncomfortable neighborhood. As you can see, every window that you're going to be looking out is going to have some type of target moving around it.
It looks like literally vibing was saved by the third party that I was talking about. There's just so many teams around that they weren't actually able to full commit, even though they had that free knock. So they had to go and retreat to a nearby building. And it looks to me that somebody has a Kraber, and that's going to be dangerous. So if you didn't know at home, blue head armor can get one-shotted by Kraber if you are blue armor and less. But if you have purple head armor or purple helmet and purple armor, then you can't get one-shotted by the Kraber anymore. So that's why purple helmets are so important right now.
Got to be careful with a couple long-range shots coming out from the Pirates, but they're getting harassed on different angles, and this is just more and more of that northwestern area brewing up. Patience now coming in for the Kraber, and that's the key to the game right there. Talking about getting headshot with blue armor or blue helmet, and boy, giving flashbacks to every single time it has happened to me. See that a couple of these guys coming in, I wouldn't say necessarily the most geared at this stage. Uh-oh.
Oh,
I was gonna say, do not sit still. Do not sit still right now.
All right, so we've got some nades going on in because they are getting stuck by that ultimate. Someone actually comes up through the staircase. They did massive damage, though. They might want to go and swing that, but only one of them does swing. Paulino doesn't decide to swing, decides to play it safe. Now, they do have to be careful because that other team can take angles on the roof. There is these little cracks on the roof that can kind of poke at them, but doesn't look like they're getting pinched anymore as that team decided to go right back into the cave, right behind those doors, and retreat to safety. We're not going to see any fights just yet.
Yeah, we're back in the standoff stage. Even with teams as close as they are, nobody's wanting to make that commitment just yet. Ring closing in, about to show us our next location, and that's probably going to be where we're going to see the pop-off happening as everybody's got to start getting ready to make their play and figure out how they're going to make their move. Going to be the circle revealing itself, going yet again to that southwestern location. You can see PPM already trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this. They're just making a run. They have some cover to play from, but you can see there is bait all around them, and they have got to be careful. Firefights already starting to break off to the south of the circle, though.
And here on the other side of the mountain, we've got Taylor kind of looking to see if he can get a kill. Oh, already taken down. That's Twiggy. That's Elmo. I can't believe that they left end zone. I am not quite sure why they did leave end zone. They were the first team to rotate, the first team to get that biggest building inside, where it did end up pulling towards. And now we see them die out here near the prowlers. I wonder, maybe they wanted more loot, maybe they were doing prowlers, maybe they were trying to gatekeep from this side. Not 100% sure, but they encountered Baguette ESL, and that's not something you
I
want
thought
to
the Gap
encounter.
might be in trouble there for a second. They were in the process of resetting, but it was going to be TXC that was coming up next to them. Instead, they're just going to get out of here. They say, okay, we're not going to try to make the push into this one. Reed comes up, gets some spray damage into him, so might make it hard on their landing. But I think that depending on the approach that they come in and where they choose that landing point at, should be pretty clear for now. So now it's going to be on Baguette to try to chase down and make sure the fact that they're not walking into an ambush that has been set for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky rotation because they're moving in the open. TXC ended up landing on these high rocks, which isn't too bad. There are a lot of horizons that can contest them if they want to. Nice damage with the R301 from long range. That's Finn. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Absolutely beaming two of them. How much ammo do we have? 164. It's enough. It's enough to shoot a couple more teams, but we might have to settle down a little bit. We don't want to use it all. The R301 melts like cheese when it comes to just shooting at everyone you see.
Especially at that range. I love the fact that they did a good job on holding off anybody from approaching on that. That would have been one of their vulnerable points in defending inside the circle. That's also going to have to be careful as you're making push through. You see Raymond wants nothing to do with what's happening there. Walking away on one life. Teammates trying to support, but he's got the angle on the other side of it. That is a terrible choke point to try to fight your way from. Finally, Raymond's going to go down. TXC trying to hold up the line right now, but you can see it's starting to get pretty messy.
Oh, it is messy indeed, but they both have one knock on each side. Sarah trying to go for that shield cell because she's got the gold armor, but wasn't able to pop another one off. It's up to Finn. Finn gets stuck. Finn might die. Finn is dead, and that is it for TXC in this qualifier for the first game. Biohazard is still alive. Cheeky is still alive. Are they going to be able to get a revive? I think so. Revive is popping, and it doesn't seem like anyone is pushing them as of yet, so that's good for Kozu. Very well done. Kozu was actually the first one in there going for the first shots, and Kozu's the first one down, but did enough damage to kind of get that fight rolling for them.
I mean, you can see how the ring has popped, literally vibing in a great spot after that, but they have got... there was an opportunity for the teams around them to potentially choose to third party into that, and instead opted into playing the longer game and the safer game. But that means the fact that it's going to be more contested in any approach. Johnny Fonzie and the rest of the crew looks like they're making a push over to the western point, trying to circle around the rocks that we were looking at earlier. But Baguette also has an angle of approach that they're trying to defend up right now. They've got this position, but I mean, this is just this is like the worst neighborhood to ever live in. It reminds me of like my old neighborhood before I moved. It is just gun violence happening everywhere, and nobody wants to look out their windows.
Oh no, that's really unfortunate, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that. And speaking about the third partying, it's actually really smart that no one third partied, because if someone did end up third partying, it would be a dominoes effect, right? Like you would third party, and if one of your teammates went down, then you might end up getting third partied as well. So I think it's actually, for some reason, it's almost smart to take a 3v3 knowing that teams are around you, because you know no one's gonna push otherwise. Like, as long as you stay strong and stay alive. The fact that they only had one knock was good. If they had more than one knock, I think someone would have ended up pushing them for sure. But PPM, they're getting... Perry's in danger. 1 HP might get down to this missile. Yes, does end up getting down to the missile. And that's Color Bucket. That's King Stefan from earlier, playing the height of the main market building.
It's just about the buildings denying vision, seeing how teams can unite together, get firing lines on people that are trying to make their movement around everything that's going to be going on. Still have ourselves 6 squads in a tiny, tiny circle, and that is just due to the fact that we've got people clinging to life. It does look like Perry does get rezzed on the outside of this one, but it's going to be another bombardment that's going to be coming in, so have to be careful on that one. Think that we do manage to see them get away. Maybe they got the shields up in time.
I think that they have, and take a look at the orange line on the map right now. It looks like it's ending closest to the market building, so whoever has either the roof of that building or the low ground of that building might end up winning this game. But oh no, look, PPM goes for the loot and insta gets down by, that's Kozu, that's the lifeline. Oh, we getting a re-knock here. The Spitfire doing massive damage, gets a crack, gets a knock. Maddie's going absolutely insane. Now our Horizon's down. Maddie, last one remaining for their squad. Are we going to go on to roof, or are we going to go for A res? No, we're gonna go for a shield bat here.
That is just catastrophe at this stage of the game. Does get the time to get a bat off. You can see now swarming around, gonna walk around. Biohazard is gonna spot it. Now can Baguette come around the angle. They've got a clean line to work with, but they have to be careful due to the third party. It is just stacking up over here. So many squads still alive means the fact that everybody has vision on each other. You can see King F off in the distance, still trying to harass, but it is everybody jumping into this. Kozu makes a run into it, and people are just getting massacred in this low point.
And Koz is going for that lifeline res, which has been pretty good for these fights thus far. Maddie gonna go getting the banner and going outside. No way. We won't be able to see a revive unless we do have a respawn beacon. Take a look at our inventory now. I think it would be a little hard though, considering that everyone is now fighting on the outside here. Take a look at that market building. It doesn't look like they have the advantage anymore. It looks like they're taking the portal back into Matt's building.
Taylor,
3-1, Taylor, massive damage.
This angle is just dirty. There is nowhere to go. It's fish in a barrel every single angle. Just has to be careful not to get harassed on different angles when they're trying to commit into it. And Taylor all of a sudden has everybody jumping up for this key spot, literally vibing, now having the high ground, looking into what's going on below them. Plenty of targets to work with. Tyler opened it up for him, and now they are just reaping the benefits. Have to be careful from the throwables, but it looks like they've got control over this high ground. In a moment, they are going to have to jump. Do they have vision on what's going on down below them? Biohazard jumping down into it, coming up. They've got the vision into it, and literally vibing, walking away as champion.
Wow, we literally vibing. They really deserved this win. They fought through in and throughout this entire game, and then ended up using the Horizon to take down Taylor. That was really important because Taylor did have the ultimate position. They stole it away from them. They survived in that building when everyone seemed to be against them. And big congratulations to literally vibing. I'm so happy for them right now.
Oh, I love that section of the map for all of those reasons right there, and you saw teams play it so well. Taylor had a phenomenal strategy, did a great job on holding out. We saw the fact that the area they're trying to play from, Baguette always strong player, but so many moving factors were going around there, and the moment started going alive, trying to defend up on that low ground point, the team that was pushing in revealed themselves. And just like you're talking about, Horizon coming in a big way to get a beautiful control point and literally vibing. I felt just played that time and time again so well in the way that they were defending up, and specifically in their rotations and how keen they were on what was happening around them all the time.
Yeah, and the lifeline really did come in clutch with those revives, because as soon as someone went down, you get that passive revive, you get back into the fight faster than you normally would with any other legend, really, because Gibby would be pretty hard because you do have to stick the revive, so it was really well played by them ultimately. Taylor did get a really good placement, but I think literally vibing ended up taking it away with kills plus the placement. So I think the leaderboard is going to go in their favor for sure.
Well, I mean, their house was the party house. It felt like that's where everybody was coming to hang out at a certain point. I mean, we even saw we saw the loot boxes down below them being the thing that distracted a team to allow get more shots. I mean, there was so much going on over inside that area.
Yeah, RFS, it's really hard to shoot or fight with a Pathfinder inside of a building, and here we go. Misses the grapple. That would have been really nice to see. Taylor fighting here on the edge. That's kind of what they do best, getting the entries. And then take a look inside of this building. That's kind of, Kozu ended up going down, but their team ended up winning the fight. Cheeky Classic doing massive damage, keeping them alive. Sarah trying to heal off here with the gold, but ends up getting pushed, and the knockdown didn't do her any justice there, as she just got shot around it and got pushed through there.
There were so many firefights around here. I gotta say, Matty Fonzie, and the way this firefight does not go in PPM's favor, but he manages to scrap together something in a terrible situation. You can see one member already down, next member is going to go down. He then starts trying to juke around the outside, but manages to buy some more time for himself, get into a point, and manages to kind of jump out and continue to harass. But you can see, like, how do you move in this? Look at all the destruction that's going on. It is so hard to have an idea on what's happened.
Yeah, and there's no Watson players or Watson mains down there, so those Gibby bombardments are just raining down on everyone, but they did really well by taking this high ground because Taylor would have output a lot of damage as Taylor does, and that was really a smart call by whoever was IGLing there on Literally Vibing. And hey, they fought through and throughout, like I said, in that building, and then ended up securing themselves the win. And here is our champ squad.
Damn, Biohazard putting in some work over there. Yeah, we do see the Cheeky Classic got the damage out on it, but big pickup in kills and knocks all considered on this one. We got our support player coming in big ways, though, and also making sure to keep everybody up and active. But you can see even at the later stages of that game, we saw Cheeky Classic throwing out some portals, managing to get around, get good positioning for the rest of the team. But this is just a solid performance all around from Vibe.
Yeah, and obviously accuracy, you know, they didn't hit all their shots, but they ended up winning, and that's because they ended up staying alive and doing damage when it counted. And this is our first game out of the 6 games today. It is Literally Vibing, taking out Biohazard, Kosu, and Cheeky Classic, and we've got plenty more games to come and more winners to see. Can we get Literally Vibing on a 4-game win streak to outdo any other team in our previous qualifiers? Who knows? It's a new team. I think they just got together for this particular roster this week.
Literally Vibing's elim points are literally higher than the second place team right now. That says something in and of itself. They were involved in so much of what was happening around them. Baguette picking up not the best of placement points, but the kills being the counterbalance to get them in the spot. You were talking about this. Different teams playing in different styles. You can see tying up to Baguette is going to be Viper Squadron that gets most of it off of placement points. That's one of the reasons I love watching Apex. You can lean into your strengths. Do you know the map well? Do you know how to navigate it? Do you know how to defend up? Play placement points. If you know how to frag out, though, lean into those elimination points. But if you're literally vibing, apparently you just do both.
Yeah, and it's nice to see RFS do well as well, because they are new contenders into our qualifiers for this PlayStation circuit. Baguette ESL, now they've got a real challenge. They've got an 11-point game. This is not normal for them. They're normally top 2, top 1 situation, so it's going to be exciting to see what they do in our next game. And then here we have 11, 12, and 13. These were our first teams to end up going out, so we might see them playing a little bit safer or maybe landing in a different POI this time around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a learning curve that tends to happen in the first game. You got to figure out, okay, this isn't the best place for me to land, so we got to... There's a lot of on-the-fly modifications that are going to be going on in tournaments like this, because it's not quite as cemented in drop spot POI locations as we can sometimes see in the higher end of competitive. It's a lot rawer, for a lack of a better term. That said, you can see, guys, there's still spots available, so just remember, you guys can always be involved in what's going to be going on as these qualifiers come through. We can't play today, but hopefully we will see you guys next time. Okay, girl. Game 1 done. Literally vibing. Feeling really good. What's your take so far? What should we be looking at? I mean, you're talking about some newcomers on the block. We talked a lot about Tila. Where do you have your eyes drawn moving into this next round?
So, one thing to take away was there was a team that ended up dying early, and that was near Baguette ESL. Now, we know where Baguette ESL lands, and they are one of our strongest teams, and they do like to fight early. So I did see a lot of open spots on the map, so teams could go back, look, and see what spots that have high-tier loot that they can take and kind of end up surviving for a little longer. Also, rotation is important. We've seen one team rotate really fast, the Seer team, and they ended up being in the best building, but they left it towards the Prowler side and ended up dying to Baguette ESL. So that was sad to see. Just a small mistake. You leave your end zone just for a minute, end up dying. So you might want to hold on to it. Watson might be good for a lobby like this where there's a lot of horizons, Gibraltar's, a lot of damage coming through. And if you're, like you were saying earlier, you need those resources, right? You can't just stay and sit and poke at each other for the whole game because you're not going to have any resources later on. So Watson actually might be good for that. But I do like the differences in the legend compositions that we've seen. What could we have seen? I did like the fighting as well. They really did come down close. And I really liked the lifeline play as well, getting that passive revive.
Comes in clutch. I know we had our eyes drawn onto a Pathfinder. Specifically, I think it was down to the southwest in that rocks after we saw the jump away with I don't remember the team specifically moved in the rock location, but I was really hoping that we
TXC.
might see some line. Yeah, there we go. I was hoping we might see some lines come out from that point, maybe get some more maneuverability through a very, again, one of my favorite spots on that map, maybe my favorite spot. So we got Cave, which is my favorite spot. Girl, where you wanting this one to go? Where's your favorite place to?
Well, since we had one near Cave, maybe the next one could go around the wall or Lightning Rod, or
If
maybe
Cave
even
is your
North
favorite,
Pad.
you can just request Cave again. It's fine. It was fun.
Honestly, I like Cave for the fact that the fighting there is so fun. There's so many there's so many ways to fight or get into fights or get out of fights. A lot of building fights. So it was really nice seeing the lifeline being kind of like Lifeline ended up going down first, but once they got her back up, she was like the I don't know, the angel of the team, getting everyone back up because they just kept on getting pushed. Honestly, yeah, we'll see if we can get a north zone pull this time around. Anything that's fair for me. I don't like completely open zones because everyone ends up dying pretty fast, and then there's only 2 squads left, and you get to see a clean 3v3 though.
Open circles feel like they lean into passivity, for lack of a better term. If you don't take your shots and everybody ends up third-partying, or if you try to make a move to the center of the circle, cross the open terrain, you're just going to get torn to pieces at range. So I entirely agree. It does feel like the north, though, has a more compressed feeling. Like the southern section of this map feels like it's a lot more beachfront. It's a lot more open, but then as you traverse your way to the north, I feel like it just gets a lot more, I guess, compacted, a lot more mountainy for anything else. It becomes a lot more closed off in your movement options. So we'll get a little bit of spice of life. I'll agree with you. Maybe we can see something go up to the north and give us a slight change from the beachfront property that we just saw.
Yeah, but if we do end up getting a northern end zone, Baguette DSL will probably thank me because that's where they land. They land Lightning Rod. So maybe we don't want to see now. Now I'm not sure. Now I don't know if I'm holding favorites, but I do like a Lightning Rod ending. Anyway, 13 squads. We've got everyone dropping in. Yeah, look! I called it, Watson! Thank you to the observers for showing this squad in particular. I was like, you know what? I think Watson actually might work in this lobby, and we've seen it already. I'm happy.
Well, we are at least going to get a variation, as it is going to be to the northwest, but I mean, Beast is also an interesting spot. You have to admit, it definitely doesn't look like any other section of any other Apex map, as it's got some flavor to it, to say the least, as it's got the giant beast laying out and essentially a building in and of itself. But most teams actually still not dropping too close to the center of the circle.
Yeah, Cascade Falls is free, but this time we have a Team Cenote Cave, whereas I think Stefan, Color Bucket, they ended up landing Gale Station last game. They ended up losing their armory to TXC. TXC changed from fish farms to Launchpad, maybe because there's crafting in Launchpad and they prefer to craft maybe a car or a wingman. I think Raymond likes playing the wingman in particular. It is, hey, I guess in northern end zone, north pad. So it's going to be pulling north pad, which is a nice end zone. And whoever does end up rotating first is going to be granted with some extra loot because it is unlooted. We've got a couple teams near the wall in a little bit of a 50-50. One team down Beast, no one checkpoint. One team the middle. They're going to have the fastest rotations potentially. And we might
antenna though. Looks like we've got vision. Yep, popping up. We got 2 different teams, and Viper Squadron's got to be careful on that. This is still a low economy fight. You can see blue and white shields, minimal ammo to work with on both sides of this one, or at least on the side that we're looking at right now. Throwball's going to come out to try to buy some range on it. Does connect on, and that is going to be big at this section of the map. Looking through, now you can see retreat coming out. Shields already coming down. Reinforcements for Viper Squadron coming in, and they know they have the advantage.
Oh, this is actually really smart by Dominus, going around, peeking through the window. Wasn't able to catch the Wraith, though, that he's hit for 95, and Twiggy kinda in a pickle. Dominus does have to try and create space here, and does it with 116 spray with the Havoc. Savage Elmo going down to 40 HP. Can we get a knock on this Gibby or this Bloodhound? We're kind of in here alone, but our teammates are coming to help us. And this is our first squad wipe of Game 2. Viper Squadron are pulling up strong today.
I get themselves. Everybody was moving into this point to try to get control of the center of it for obvious reasons, but now you can see Dominus, I mean, just beautiful plays around that. Reading exactly how the opponent was going to play, making sure to get the high ground onto it and deny any form of retreat. And that's just map knowledge, understanding exactly how they were going to try to get out of there and making sure to cut off any option in the early section of this.
They really needed this squad wipe because their vibes may have been down a little bit last game. They were the team, Viper Squadron was the team that rotated, had end zone, left end zone. So that was that same exact team. Now they're starting off this game with a squad wipe. That's going to pull their confidence, their vibes all the way back up, and hopefully, in turn, they have a good game from it.
RFS leaning into the let's get all of the information in the world strategy from the high ground. See Biohazard and the rest of the crew down in the low ground getting slightly harassed. I wouldn't say it's anything too terrible just yet. More it's like RFS just trying to make sure to get control. Well, I say that. Looks like they've got some goals. They have an opportunity to move into this, and they're going to take it, continuing to use a very oppressive high ground angle just to force Biohazard and the rest of his team away from this area.
Doing a good job of it, forcing them away, but do they actually want to end up pushing them and cornering them? It wouldn't be a bad spot to do it, to be honest, because they'd unlikely get third-partied, but it would be maybe wasting some time. Might be hard to close the gap, but it does seem like they're thinking about it. They're waiting to get together and scouting, but oh, take a look at this. They're taking the Trident out. That's very smart.
Now it depends on the angle of approach that they try to go with. I believe there's a team just on the other side of this, so they're going to stick to the road. Got to be careful. And well, yeah, I like this. Don't go too far with it. Just use it as an escape to get out. You don't want to move too far into areas that you don't have any idea on what's going on too loudly.
Oh, you're gonna have some fun in the NA region where they like to play around with the Tridents and drive them all over the place, and that's something to tune in later on too. But for now, yeah, no, it's super fun to watch. But for now, I honestly think the same way as you. It is safer to get out. If you drive a little too far, you could all get beamed by like an R301, and it was the safer approach.
I always just feel like whenever I get into one, I'm just due to be trapped. I'm like, oh, there's nobody around. I'm just going to continue driving, and then suddenly I drive into exactly where three teams had been patiently waiting to attack each other, and I just drive right in the middle of them and get destroyed by everyone. So
or
I lean into being, or Arcstar. Yeah, that is true. So I tend to lean into a safer approach with the vehicle.
Yeah, me too, me too. I'm definitely on the same page with you there. And, oh, it does look like they might end up approaching the other team we were talking about. And Kozu was on Lifeline last game. Could be on Lifeline this game. And, oh, no, it's on Wraith. Oh, Kozu's on Wraith. Oh, Stefan. It was Stefan that was in that building. My bad.
So, literally vibing. Champions from the last round. Looks like they've got their eyes set over here. But that is a wide open push to try to make. Yeah, I like this. The idea behind it I can understand, but that was just so open to try to walk through. You were just going to get demolished off of it. So instead, just defend up for now, but they are going to have to take a move sooner or later.
And Viper Squadron are coming into the action as well. Is that 3 squads near Synoptic Cave? Oh,
I think so.
Yeah, they might actually end up going right into their arms right now.
Nope, this is what happens to me. Okay, getting shot from one squad. They're going to use the rocks.
Gibby. They have a Gibby, so they'll be okay for now.
They're fine. Everything's good. Sorry, I get that panic. Like, I suddenly just, like, have PTSD, and I relate to exactly what's going on. It's like, no, don't drive it through the 2 squads, please. Scoob's taking, I think, a safer approach into this, but need to be careful in and of themselves. They spot out something. Going to go ahead and stop into a fairly defendable spot.
Yeah, they scanned some team near Mills and are going to go into the smaller buildings nearby. Okay, and it's TXC that end up winning the fight. Sarah Sutcliffe, last one remaining. Raymond just ended up dying to the zone because they are fighting in the zone. on the rotation. I think they're near Gale Station. Yep, they fought near Gale Station. Gonna pop those med kits and get back into it. But they picked themselves out some KP, as we were talking about. Each kill is 1 point, so they've picked themselves 3 points thus far. And a couple placement points as well. Now there's only 11 squads left. It is pulling towards North Pad, and we are going to see the zone close and potentially the next ring pull as well.
This is an interesting potential circle, specifically on how this next shift comes into play, as the ring is going to potentially do people some favors if it does lean into the north and stays around pad itself. But if it does lean back into the south, that's going to make a lot of independent choke points to try to navigate through. And most teams right now are hoping and leaning into the northern favorabilities, all considered. A couple of shots going to be coming out from Baguette, but not going to overcommit too much, as it's... Yeah, I like this. Just slow and steady downhill. Just force them ahead of you and see if anybody shoots at them.
Taylor is known to be one of the most aggressive players in these lobbies. But it is kind of a dangerous push here as they're going in the open. But they heard the Valkyrie, so hey, why are we hiding anymore when we could try and beam them in the air? With a car SMG though, that is pretty hard to do.
Here's my thing. Look in the southwest of this map right now. We see a lot of people that are going to be moving into North Pad. That means that we're going to have 3, potentially 4 teams all intersecting on that point, and we might see some wide wraps coming in from the south also entering that area. So that is going to be a hot spot to keep an eye on, to say the least. As looks like some of these teams are starting to get vision on each other. Our Pirates are looking up to the high ground. Looks like they've got control over the low ground, but not feeling the best, as Capitano is no shields and you're on no health as well.
Yeah, having the top of North Pad is great, especially to level up your Evo shields, but once it ends up, like, the zone closes, you normally have to jump off, and that could be really dangerous later on. A Pirates, they're being a little bit aggressive as they're trying to level up their Evo shields. Only 155 damage off from purple, so respect the play. You do want to get your purple before you go end game. Just hard to kind of hit between those bars.
And looks like third party coming up back behind them. New angle coming in back onto Universe. This is an interesting choice in where to play. Just let everybody else kill each other, and you can just kind of hang out on the outside of this. It's got some strategy to it, to say the least. Is really, we talked about it. It's going to be the southwest is where a lot of these teams are going to be intersecting. I believe that I saw a second ago on the map, they swam to this point, and so they know it's open, and they don't know that they know that nobody is going to be contesting around them.
That's very true, and I really enjoy playing in these like hit areas because they're pretty safe, and around every corner you could just kind of like dip and dive if someone's chasing you. I do like this, but I wonder what their plan is. Are they rotating to try and get some kills? Because they are moving towards the outer edge of the zone. Maybe they want to catch some late rotators. Not quite sure what the plan is for them, but maybe they want those edge zone fights.
Starting to see teams get too close for comfort with each other. Looks like King Stefan has an idea where Kozu and crew biohazard. The rest of the guys are posted up at. So Scoobs now looking into that area, and this is not an intersection I was expecting unless the circle came down here. Right now, both are in the circle for the time being, but are going to have to make into the safe ring to the north of this. So that means the fact that they're going to have to choose either a choke point to the west, north, or the east with a team right on top of them.
And I believe they just got scanned by that crypto drone, so that team does know where they are. They do not have to rat anymore. It's really hard to, hide against a crypto because crypto can see how many squads are around, fly the drone, hover, it scans, you're exposed, right? So having crypto does grant you for more of a safe gameplay for sure, and gets you that 150 damage entry if you can get the EMP off.
This is starting to feel, though, like mutually assured destruction. Neither team can move from this point, and they know that they need to make it to the ring. But they're so far away from each other, and the defendable points are so good right now, they don't have the capabilities to really assault each other until something big connects. And 26 damage here and there and a tattering is not going to be enough to really give anybody the confidence to make said move. We do look like we might have a team that's going to come in back behind this and be a third party, depending on how TXC opts into moving. Yep, Looks like they're going to be coming into this area and might be involved in what's about to go down here.
Yeah, they may have heard the gunshots and are going to walk up. Finn takes down Fighter from the distance. Fighter ends up going down. Don't think that they'll be able to get a revive off before TXC ends up pushing Raymond already here nearby. We might end up getting another one clip. Let's take a look at this. Only 30, 40 more damage left to do, but no! We missed all of the shots there at the end, but we did pick up another KP though.
Hey, the Spitfire do be like that sometimes. Gives you those first couple of shots and then they just can't seem to find him after that. Here comes the approach for TXC though. Talking about the choke point just a moment ago, we're now walking right into that territory. So we're going to have to see how everything has managed to line up for these squads. Does TXC have a clean path? I don't know. PPM, though, on the other side, looks like they're finding some vision on the team. Looks like they're going to move aggressive.
Really aggressive, but it's really hard to challenge the Gibby has that arm shield for help. They do a 2-for-2 trade. Pathfinder ends up winning that one. It's all up to Peril. Peril might get the re-knock. Yes, now they're in a 1v1. It's against Francis. Peril against Francis. Francis on the low ground. We're going for the jump. Francis using the knockdown shield for cover. Can we get shots behind that cover? 47 damage is good damage. We've got almost a crack on Francis, and we should be able to move up on this. There we go. The squad white from PPM taking down our second place team.
That was just a dirty aim coming into that one. I mean, you've been talking about Perry quite a bit, PPM, and there is good reason, as he just put on a showcase, navigating, looking through that one. He's got somebody that is providing a shield for the other teammate that is shooting at him and still stepping out and winning that firefight on the opposite side. That shows not just aim, but also a lot of confidence in play. TXC now very, very far north as we're getting a firefight. Well, I wouldn't say a firefight, maybe an avoidance of a firefight, as these two guys did get vision on each other. And this is a very, very complex area to have an in-circle, no matter where it goes. So many layers. It's like Shrek or an onion, depending on how you want to look at it. There's just so many different ways to look at this place.
Yeah, it normally ends up in favor for the teams playing out there on the ledge near the water. So where Savage Elmo is, where Color Bucket is. Actually, the one on the right is the most favorable, but it's hard to play it early because you end up getting peeked by a lot of teams, or kind of wide angled. As you were talking about earlier, people are going to take those wide angles and shoot across the ocean there. Z Stereo are in a good position to take that, and maybe if you had a Watson, Caustic, something like that for the defense, it might be easier to play out there. We are going to see a team end up rotating there soon enough, though, because the zone is closing and there aren't that many spots to play, and that spot is open.
I mean, this is so peculiar in how we so many teams are so close to each other, but just don't have vision to work with. And nobody wanting, because of how impacted it is, they know nobody's going to want to make a big commitment out of this. Well, I say that. Looks like somebody's going to take to the skies. I don't know if that was somebody coming in or going out. Looks like they were trying to get out of this point. PPM still dancing around over here. They have a defendable spot, but I feel like we're just going to start to see these different winged arms or docks or whatever you want to call them be the fingers that are going to allow different teams to move in. Yep, it's going to be Perry and the rest of his team making the move in off of that little bit of a firefight.
And Cheeky Classic ends up going down. Biohazard does have a lot of grenades to clutch this. Does end up getting a crack on Obelix. 56 flesh on their opponent. We need to hit the ground and get that re-knock, but there are teams nearby shooting at us at the same time, so it's kind of hard to make that decision whether to fight or whether to retreat. The fight or flight instinct is coming in, and Biohazard seems to be getting out.
Just coming in like Luke Skywalker on that one, trying to drop a bomb in the Death Star trench. Got to be careful as he's dancing around the outside of it. Biohazard looking in. This is going to be a big problem. Shot in the back, just trying to escape, but you can see there is nowhere to go. Is this little bit of cover going to be enough? And no, it is not.
And that's Spaghetti SL coming in to try and clean things up here on the edge of the zone. I like the spot that Twiggy, Elmo, and Dominus, so they actually ended up rotating from the middle finger to the right finger. Nice aim by Color Bucket. Phenomenal, exceptional. Tries to go for that knock. Does end up getting it, but we're going to need an armor swap. Not going to cut it here as it's a 1v3 situation. They may have ended up ruining the game for that squad as Baguette ESL is pushing on to them.
PPM's got to be careful about this one. There's nowhere to go, and that's going to get picked up. Baguette now in control of the south, but they're going to need to make their way into the ring itself. Raymond is dancing around the outside of that and should feed over some information. We're starting to see the cluster of teams that were around the outside of it slowly and steadily move into the tower itself. Baguette does have some options to move through this. As you can see, the trench is going to provide a block and sight line. Problem is, it's also going to deny a block and sight line on that approach, and they might be coming in a little blind, just having to listen to the firefight that Clippers is putting out and trying to figure out how they're going to navigate the movement in front of them.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe Alamo and Dominus are in the open. It's going to be hard to go back into the finger that they wanted to, but it seems like that team on the high ground aren't applying that pressure that they may have been able to get a knock there, but they're doing a great job defending their area. That is super important because that actually might grant them the win. I'm gonna make my prediction on Almo's team going for the dub this game.
I mean, they've got the position. It's going to be all of the firefighting. All the party's going to be going over here. So they get to choose when they attack. Baguette also choosing when they attack, but it's a lot more loose. They just know that they want to fight whatever's going on around them, and they are starting to get some different angles of control into this. But the more and more kills that they pick up as they're making the approach means the fact that if they can't make it into the circle, who cares? It's more and more elimination points that are stacking up, and they are just feasting over here.
Oh my god, that's just a 9 minimum points from eliminations alone. So that's what I was telling you. I didn't see them in third place. They're more of a first place, second place type of team. And they're going to make up for it because with these kills, oh, that's going to be a knock for sure. No, just by 20 damage, potentially there, 33 damage. Got the knock on Finn. That's TXC going down in a 3v2 situation. Left.
They are just herding people into this ring, and they do not even care about what's happening. This is complete and utter faith in their firefighting. Look at them. They've got the resources, they've got the shields, and they've got the ammo that they've been picking up off of everybody. Raymond has nowhere to go. He's going to finally get picked up, but that's just going to reveal a new firefight target as Baguette now has their eyes set around where Clippers is playing from. It's been a safe point for a while, but you can see that Baguette is definitely aware of their point and wants to figure out how to play it. With just 3 squads left, though, they have got to be careful as they have an opponent just on the other side of them.
It's 3 full squads, and Almo's actually still on blue armor. The ring didn't pull over to their finger as I had thought it would, so actually Clippers have the maybe most favorable position, but you never know what happens. Whoever fights first is going to end up getting third partied as it's only 3 squads, so you kind of want to play a little bit more passive now.
It looks like that's going to be the line that they're leaning into, just trying to deny out anybody from Baguette's making the approach. Anything that you can do to stall that out is going to be beneficial for them, because Clippers' game right now is hoping that maybe these other 2 teams might intersect with each other. They've got the sight lines to control it, but that means the fact that they're having to lean into 2v1s against a full 3-man squad on the opposite side of it, and you can provide a little bit of cover, but you can see so many of these sight lines are denied out. Instead, so much pressure now coming into the aim from the Clippers to try to force movement onto these other squads to give them the time that they so desperately want and the capabilities to third party as a fight would break out.
It's going to be so hard for them to get into that zone and cross that small river. Although it's just a small river, Clippers has the full angle. They do have Gibby, however, so they might be able to use that to stall for time. It's honestly up the Clippers. Do they want to shoot left? Do they want to shoot right? Is Baguette ESL going to apply pressure on them as they move up? There's only 25 seconds remaining before this starts to close, and it starts to unfold before our eyes.
I'm astounded that Jazz is getting away from holding that one, but you can see that Tila aware of what's going on, and good job on Elmo and the rest of the crew. They are navigating this, not taking too much damage yet, but it's starting to be a matter of time. How are they going to approach? It is a crossfire, and you're on no cover to work with. They're wanting to just clear this out, but, I mean, nobody down in that point. What are you going to do? You can see Baguette still looking to both sides of this one, but they have their focus lined up right now. A couple of shots, not going to come out in too big of a way, but have to be careful with this. Baguette's going to go ahead and go for the peek onto it. Shield's going to come out, but it is going to be a slow crawl. That was just about 5 meters, maybe 10. They need to go way further than that, and now Clippers using this opportunity to move more aggressive.
Yeah, Clippers is going to move up forward, and they're going to place a lot more traps in front of them so that they can apply pressure and have more space and pinch Taylor in. Clippers do have to hit that EMP, but they managed to miss. Now they're going to get pushed as they're less damage, and they're getting bombardment. And oh my goodness, this is a great push from Baguette ESL as they're knocking one, they're knocking two. They've only got one left to go, and Jazz ends up... Yeah, they spun it around. They just hit that EMP. It's so hard to fight against that.
I mean, they managed to play from the outside of this and allow another team to intersect in, and Taylor was dancing around that upper area and got really, really low on shield multiple times, but still managed to survive out, and instead baited Clippers to move forward, put them in the sandwich position, and circled around it. That was a beautiful reposition to set up a strong in-game fight.
Although Clippers did have that positioning, like, you can't really do anything once you get EMP'd. You have to pop those traps. If you don't pop those traps, then they're able to push forward, and the traps actually end up diminishing, right? So they really ended up using their legend abilities well. They waited till the last second. EMP, bombardment, wombo combo. They can't move, they're stunned, they're getting hit by the bombardment. It's a free kill. And Caustic didn't even get to use his ultimate before going down. They just kind of got ambushed, and maybe they didn't expect it.
Here's the thing. Taylor and crew were destroying squads before they even made it into that late game fight. Then they walk away with a win on top of that. You say the fact that you never saw them as a third-place team, I don't think they're staying there anymore. I feel like we saw them be a lot more active, and they are going to be stacking up. If they're not in first, I'm going to be surprised.
No, I think you're right about that one. They did pick themselves up a lot of kills, and getting the second win of the day grants them another 12 points on top of that. So they're definitely going to be stacked for points. Viper Squadron did a really good job. This was a highlight for me from Dominus, taking a look at their talent as a player and making so much space for their team. It was great to see from them. PPM, Perry end up winning this 1v2. The Pathfinder was quite low, and then taking the time, take a look at how Perry drops back here in a safe position, taking the angle. If Perry dropped in the open, might have gotten beamed, but because Perry dropped behind this wall, take a look at that, through the shield and gets the kill. What a clutch.
That was such a tight set of shots to pull that together. I mean, there was like the body in front of him was just eating near on none of it. It was just a beautiful spray control. I also got to say, respect on the spray there didn't come up in a big way, but now you're going to see this is how it's all going to go down. Look at the way that they managed to play this. Just doing a great job holding down one squad over here. The rest of the squad is now going to back away from this and start taking shots at Clipper. That's going to force Clipper to make a couple of repositions as they were starting to move in more aggressively. But a big part of this is this constant standing up on top. This is a profile where both teams can see Tila, but now that's going to provide an opportunity, as it's going to be so much vision drawn that way, for Baguette to move aggressively into the point that Clippers was wanting to play.
Yeah, and then once they're in here, they use that EMP, they get the crack on everyone, and then they end up taking that dub. And now let's take a look at the damage dealt. Oh my goodness, over 4,000 damage as a team.
But 2,168 for Taylor, 9 kills, 9 knocks. That is a showing coming out. Don't worry, Blix, we see you over there as well, pumping out your 1,666. It's hard to pick up kills for the other guys whenever Taylor is walking away with so many of them, but they're pumping out their damage, doing the team points. We talked about the fact it is a team attack coming out from these guys. And okay, girl, I know you were talking about them beforehand. I am a believer now. I see it. I see what you're talking.
Yeah, well, I mean, Perry couldn't do as much damage because Perry's playing kind of their role in the team. As a crypto, you do want to stay in the back. You do want to make sure you're always alive. In case Taylor does end up overextending, you get that banner and you're able to revive easily. So Perry does have to play a little bit more in the back. Doesn't get that highlight, but they played exceptionally well, and they normally always do well together. So that is our second game. We're going to go into the winner's bracket. This is Baguette ESL winning game 2 of our qualifier number 3 today, and literally Vibing ended up winning our first. We still got 4 games left to go to see. Hey, Baguette ESL, they've won 3 games in a single qualifier. Maybe they can hit 4, or maybe Little Reviving can. I don't know. Maybe we can see some game breaking the records today.
Just a massive jump up there to take a 9-point lead over Literally Vibing, who had themselves a phenomenal game in and of itself. Viper Squadron, haven't had a chance to focus in on as much on them, but we did see Dominus in that really, really clean peak battle going back and forth, pushing the building, where we picked up a couple of kills for them. Clippers, though, we did see the fact that they were holding down their point and then just got aggressed on from so many different angles. The rest of the squad's still very compacted. Whenever you're looking at this, 16 points, 15 points, 14, 13, all the way down. 1 KP separating so many of these squads between 4th all the way down to 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it has been a little bit hard for some of these teams as well. AXFF, they got a new 3rd this time around, and they're not doing as well as they normally do. So they might be feeling a little underconfident right now. It is hard to play with someone different than you normally compete with. AHS, It's My Time, Aim Assist Euro. Aim Assist Euro, we haven't even talked much about them. They were our 2nd place team last week.
I mean, just, there's been so many mix-ups. We've had a strong showing from 2 rounds, back-to-back, 2 different squads, been just gobbling up all of the points, not really letting anybody else have the opportunity, and that's what's led to the compacted areas. We're looking at our points on that leaderboard. I know some of you are watching this and on chat or on social media being like, oh, I can't believe this happened, judging everybody as they play. Well, guess what? If you think that you're better, you can go to compete.playstation.com and you can be involved in the next time that this goes down. And if you're saying, hey, Apex isn't my game, there's plenty of other ones that you can play from. We got fighting games, we've got shooting games, we've got a touch of everything that you could possibly want to compete in. Because, I mean, it's compete.playstation. That's everything, not just one independent game. That being said, I'm excited. We're just a third the way through this, girl, and we're getting ready to take a quick break. Before we do, is there anything you're wanting to throw out?
No, honestly, I'm with you right there. There's so many great games to be able to sign up for on the website, and I did actually end up tuning into Street Fighter a little bit ago. There was the finals there, and that was super fun to watch. So just make sure you follow along. Go ahead and sign up. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game, on your PS4 console, or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?
They put him down! Silence him!
Welcome to the home of PlayStation Tournament's Apex Legends Esports. Get ready for all the Apex content you need to improve your game and win prizes in fast-paced, easy-to-join competitions. Look forward to exciting content to get you competition ready, including a monthly live show hosted by me, Rain Day, where we'll discuss the latest in Apex, chat with some huge guests, recap the PlayStation tournaments, and much, much more.
So far, so good.
Videos that feature breakdowns, tips, and exciting interviews. And in-depth articles featuring news, ways to improve your game, and conversations with competition winners and esports insiders. So, like, follow, and subscribe for Apex Legends content, and visit the PlayStation Tournament's website, compete.playstation.com, to sign up for competitions.
PlayStation.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back with game number 3 underway. We have a few moments until that starts. We just watched a lot of fun Apex Legends, and we still got a lot more to unfold.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're kicking this off well. You said the fact that, hey, I was a little tired. I was up watching 4th of July fireworks last night. And you were like, don't worry about it. We're going to move right into some action. And you aren't lying. These guys have been playing fiercely, specifically off the get-go. We've been seeing early firefights, and I am excited because it's just going to escalate. As now people are going to be looking for points, trying to catch up, trying to move up the leaderboard, and trying to defend the leaderboard. Oh, it's going to get spicy, and I love it.
Oh, really? And we've seen back at ESL, they got 3rd place, and they were like, hey, we are not getting 3rd place. We're going to get a win, right? So, hey, they ended up getting a win. You could see it in their gameplay, how aggressive and dominant they were playing. Literally vibing as well, playing so well. They did make a legend change in our game number 2. I don't know if we regretted that because they ended up going down a little earlier than they would have expected. We've still got 4 more slots to see who are going to end up winning one more game. Who do you see winning one of our next few games?
I mean, I think you'd be a fool if you didn't say Baguette. That was such a dominant showing. But I gotta say, I want to see literally vibing give them a run for their money. We saw the fact that they can fight. Biohazard has had himself some great moments so far today. Maybe it's just a turning point. We might see them be able to come up, compete, and make it a 2-horse race up at the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, and unfortunately in our last game, Viper Squadron, they had the dominant position, then they moved to the right finger, which I personally thought it would pull over there, and I thought they would actually have the best spot. Their old spot gotten taken by Clippers. They ended up having that dominant spot, and then Viper Squadron ended up getting held out. So I personally would like to see Viper Squadron have a good game upcoming here soon. And then here are our teams that unfortunately didn't have the best games today. Amos's Euro is a surprise to me because they came in our qualifiers number 2. This is our qualifiers number 3, and they did exceptionally well last time around. I wonder what it is holding them back this week.
Yeah, you never can tell. Sometimes it's just maybe a start off. You just we talk a lot about whenever you're playing Apex. A lot of it's momentum. You come in, you get that first firefight, it works, and everything starts to take off. One of the big things that you're looking at whenever you're playing Apex, though, is every single time you die, you got to mentally reset and come back in. And that can sometimes be a hurdle, even for phenomenally good teams, to where it's like you can sometimes take a bad game in the first one. Second one can also go a little bit rough, and it takes you all the way to the third one before you can kick it back off again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard for me. I'm kind of like this the same way, where if I'm doing good and the vibes are up, I'm doing a lot better because my confidence is very high. And if I'm making small mistakes and I'm feeling small, it shows in my gameplay, and it reflects in the leaderboards or in the standings. And it also reflects in my actions in game, where I would be playing a lot more safer. And if you play too safe, you're going to get kind of a repercussion for it.
Yeah, we did just get a message from our mods and everything that's going on. It seems that Aim Assist Euro did miss the first game, so we talked about the fact that sometimes you got to get your feet back underneath of you. I guess that's going to be the case, but did manage to pick up at least 1 point in the last game, so we'll have to see how much more they can turn up, as they are definitely playing with a game down disadvantage, meaning the fact that they've got to pick it up now.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, they did make our championship. So right now they're trying to run for the money. They want to try and get into the top 4 positions. It might be a little hard to catch up at this point around, but it's still possible. We still got 4 games left, and take a look at the players and what legends they're taking a look at. We've still got some Sears, we've got Horizons, we've got Gibbies, we've got Cossack. Do we have Watson again? Not quite sure, but Color Bucket on that Pathfinder. Oh my god, I really liked how Color Bucket took someone down with him. He's like, hey, if you want to attack me, I'm just a solo player. If you want to risk your game for me, I'm going to take one down with me and ruin your game. And that's kind of what Color Bucket did last game. I'm going to give him props for that.
See our champion squad there and their total stats. Just several 10,000 kills. No big deal. Consider it there. Baguette going to be who we're following in off of the drop, and seeing how they're going to be making a rush into this. I love the fact that on the approach from this angle, you can see the verticality, how it slowly makes its way up into that mountain peak. And it's such an interestingly laid out map, as it feels like it's got so much more vertical presence than the other ones, just starting down from cave and making your way up.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing another north end zone as well. So yeah, the vertical presence definitely coming into fact, especially since the north end is kind of the higher side of this map. It's going to be hard for the south teams to rotate, as we were talking about, and whoever's landing in the wall is going to be happy. Could end directly in wall, it could end north of wall. We're going to see later on as everyone's dropping. Are we seeing any 50-50 contests on the map?
Looks like the wall has some company pretty close to it, but I think the fact that we're going to see one team drop on the other side, yeah, going to get the separation out there, so rewarded for Jazz and crew. So it looks like we do have a couple of teams that are going to be playing around wall and command center, as that's going to be the name of the game. This next circle is way smaller than it actually looks, just due to how much dead space is going to be mountain, and that mountain path does provide something, but I would say about a good, 20, maybe 30% of this next circle is still just going to be like mountain and cliff facing.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. No, I never thought of it that way, but you're absolutely right. And then, so there's that much percentage of mountain, and then if you take a look at the north end, there's a lot of open space there as well that you really can't play. It would be a little bit too hard. And taking those cylinder buildings, so I call them Dragon Balls, on the north end right near that respawn beacon. Yeah, no, I love that. Taking those buildings early on would be really good, potentially, if it does end up pulling there.
Hopefully get them early, and then maybe you can make your wish all considered. Now, my thing about this is, I think we're in for a spicy. With the way that this next ring is going to be looking, and just the lack of places that teams are going to be able to play, that means you're going to have to fight early. And for anybody that's going to be potentially monitoring this, that means the fact that you just might need to go a lot more active much quicker, because you either got to rotate there, get a foothold fast, and then just cement in and hope your defensive line can hold against the massive wave of people that are going to be coming in, or you're just going to have to be the team that's coming in back behind the entirety of the wave, hoping that you can third party onto everything that's happening in front of you and pick up as much KP as possible.
Yeah, and that's really up to the lobby to make that kind of stuff happen. Are they going to end up fighting on end zone early on so someone could just take it away from them? Are they going to play super safe? The way we've been seeing things in the last few games, people are going to end up fighting. I feel like everyone in this lobby has that kind of confidence. But, oh, take a look here. We might be seeing a knock here on Kozu if we get the right angles.
Oh, pretty decent amount of damage. Does manage to get in cover. Retaliation comes up onto the other side of it. RFS trying to make a move into this. Gets a pretty decent spray. Makes him down to just health. Shield entirely gone, and you can see RFS making the push into it. Gonna see if he can manage to catch up. Sprays gonna go through. Finally does manage to get enough damage into it to get the knock. Looks like they're just gonna go for the flush. I'm guessing the rest of the team is just separated away.
Oh my goodness, that was a more than a decent spray, but oh, take a look at this. We're going to use our Horizon ulti to kind of suck them in, unless they use the phase, which I can hear from the Wraith is going to be able to phase away. Ferreira kind of looking to see where that third player is. Cheeky Classic getting chased down, and Francis is going to take them down. Kozu around this wall, hiding away. Playing angles, trying to take down Francis from the meantime. But Francis does end up taking that down, and this is going to be really hard to recover from. It's going to be a 1v3 situation, but Kozu does take down one, does take down two. Is Kozu going to take down three? No way. Oh. No way. That was too close for comfort.
I thought Kozu just was like, you need to run, man. You need to get out of there. And whenever he turned around to take the firefight, I was like, okay, 1v3, not the highest likelihood. He almost got that. I mean, respect where respect's due. We saw that was a fight that they got engaged on, and then got that down to what? 2 purple shield bars and a full health bar, and that was it.
Yeah, and Kozu was initially the first one to end up getting beamed, and potentially if Kozu wasn't the first one to get beamed, could have done a lot more damage in the fight, but it did come down to that 1v3, and 1v3 is a little bit too hard. If Kozu ended up managing to escape that building and healing up, could have been possible, but it was just way too hard. It's not an easy thing to do.
And here is our team that's going to be racking up the highest distance traveled, as Matt Bunzi and the rest of the crew are going to be very far to the south. But guess what? They've got another team that's going to be in front of them. The King Stefan should get some vision onto this, and I guess we found a spot that is safe and in the next circle-ish.
Yeah, ish. Maybe trying to. Oh, this is one of our last place teams. So they're going to try routing on a team, getting a kill, getting some extra placement. It could work. It could bump them up into the top 10.
It's a sneaky spot, and it is, I believe, in the next ring. So placement points potential coming out from that. I'm just kind of curious to see how we're going to see all of these teams align in. The pathing and the way that this next ring is set up is going to make it very complicated, but I think that PPM and several other teams have already kind of gotten the idea. It's like, all right, we got to scrap, and we got to scrap early. We got to get elimination points because placement points are not guaranteed in this game.
Yeah, that's true, and especially seeing how aggressive people are playing. Riding like that actually might end up backfiring, because if these teams end up having purple and red while going in and you're still on white or blue, they might just be able to turn around and kill you. Although there is only a few seers, maybe one or two, so it might end up working in their favor if they play patient enough. And here we have a team kind of gatekeeping the team inside of Armory, and might end up beaming them as they take Gravity Cannon out.
This is a committal, to say the least. You can see that the ring is going to be coming in, giving that nice tickling love to everybody that's going to be involved. It's a very early ring, though, so patience can be due out of it. My thing about it is Matt Fonzie and the rest of the crew, they're the ones that aggressed into this. They're the ones that's holding it out. But they're also the ones that aren't necessarily as geared, it looks like. So this might be a problem, as the longer that this attrition battle is going to continue with the ring and health kits having to be a factor, that could stack up against them.
It could. They do have only a few syringes, but they don't seem to care as of yet, because this does end up opening by itself. They are going to look for a beam, not able to do it. And take a look at this. Color Bucket didn't end up going far. It gets it for 100. Why didn't Color Bucket fly there? I'm not quite sure what happened, to be real with you. I cannot.
Did he hit a door on the way up? I think I saw one of them hit one of the doors that was open,
Was it
but
the
I couldn't
door?
tell.
Did they take it too early then? They might have taken it too early.
Unknown off of that, because we saw that it opened up in that direction that they were jumping out and maybe just clipped into a section of it. I mean, out of all of the characters to get essentially clipped and not be able to fly away, to see a Pathfinder be the one, man, that hurts.
It does, especially Pathfinder is my favorite legend. I've been playing Pathfinder since the game came out. I actually got to play Pathfinder again recently, but hey, let's take a look at Baguette ESL for a moment, as they ended up forcing Bob on this Gibby. Gibby ends up, does get the battery off. This might be bad for Taylor. Taylor's going to end up getting pushed, ends up getting knocked, but Obelix does end up cleaning everyone in return. So even though Taylor ended up going down, Taylor did take away the aggression off of the other team, and then Obelix just came in with that PK in the back.
This is what scares me. You can see Baguette, they've got their point lead, and good fragging teams know the fact that if they've got a point lead and they're in first place, they can continue to push that by continuing to rack up and continue to get those elimination points, and that's going to be a potential for everybody to have to contend with. Once a team starts to get a point lead and then you get a crazy circle that's very far away from them, that means it's just going to be, all right, time to walk through everybody I can, and Baguette is a team that can do it. We just saw the coordination come out from them. In the game before this, we just saw the fact that they can have the aim to do it as well, so a problem for everybody else in this lobby.
Yeah, definitely a problem, and I mean, it's a good problem for them to have, because, you know, being one of the most dominant, best teams in the lobby is something to be proud of. We do see Amos's Euro kind of in that end zone, but let's take a look at Baguette ESL cleaning another team. It's just a rampage at this point.
Kill leader, no surprise at all. Baguette still not even into the safe ring just quite yet. And are there any other contenders in front of them? Looks like in the distance, maybe we might see Jazz and his team. But I don't know, depending on how pathing comes into play for all considered. See the way the circle has managed to stack up. To the west, it's going to be a little bit more of a stack, but to the southwest, it looks like that's going to be where we're seeing a lot of our team moving in from those, I guess, choke points from the hillsides.
And it does look like Obelix, Perry are going from Thunderwatch to High Point. No one will be gatekeeping them up there, so that's going to be good for them. We do have Stefan still in the zone. I think Stefan ended up hitting that beacon. Dundee just waiting for Stefan. We've got PPM on the edge as well. It's either everyone's on the edge or everyone is nearing the end zone.
I mean, that's what you got to do in this one. There's just not a lot of cover to be had. You can see fighting already for what you can get, and that is a massive chunk Clippers has to take and move away from this one. You can see Clippers just trying to see if they can get a feel for how to move in. These guys are looking at the entirety of the circle, and there's just nothing that they feel like they can easily move into. There's a massive amount of, again, this terrain that is just dead zone, that is kind of unplayable, so most teams leaning into the north, and girl, you were talking about it. There's not a lot of cover up here, so every single time they go for a crest to get some information, they're just getting bullets thrown their way.
Yeah, like we were talking about, there's not... Oh, no! Oh, no, we're going down. We've got one man down, but maybe we can punch him into zone. Are we going to push? We're kind of looking for that. Does look like Jazz is going to play high ground. The bombardment's coming through. The dome is up here. We're getting pushed. We do so much damage. Carlotes actually ends up going down. I think that's Amos's Euro trying to get their KP, even though they were in the best position. They were not able to push on it. Speaking too soon, though. Oh. We're getting flanked.
Gaga has to be careful trying to move away. You can see Jazz now realize the fact that they have just got to go. Benefit of being in the high ground is you can get down pretty quick. The problem is there is just so many people shooting at them. Jaga does manage to make it down, but still not inside the next save point just quite yet. And aim assist Euro talking about it. Looks like they're just trying to mop up, get some kills, trying to get what they can because they need every point that they can scrap together right now.
Oh my goodness, that almost went south for them. Like, they got the knock, they got knocked, they went back down. It was a good fight, though. They ended up getting that recovery, getting a few kills. I get ESL is here now, though, so you don't want to be too risky, because they will definitely take advantage of that. I think Taylor risks his life more than anyone else in this lobby. He does not mind, maybe because he just has a great Gibby and great crypto to just back him up.
When you got faith in your teammates, man, it opens up so many opportunities. And you can see that Taylor, while we talk about the kills, the damage capable of pulling out every single time. Taylor was moving forward, being the point person in that push, but support was coming back behind them. Oblix Perry also going to retreat away, but I mean, this is just a constant feel of what's going on around them, but there's also another team that's got the high ground on their point that also wants to stack up some kills, so this could be a problem for Baguette. They realize the fact that their cover isn't the best, and also they're going to have to walk into the path that they were just harassing everybody else on. So this is a dangerous push down this hillside.
Yeah, and you can see how everyone's kind of going on that edge. Instead of playing the wall, you can see that the wall is still in. There's lots of places in the wall that are safe, but just because it pulls north and everybody knows it pulls to the Dragon Balls, as I was talking about earlier, they're all kind of risking it for the biscuit. And Francis is a good spot, though, on the west side. They can move up from there as well, from the low ground, the Prowler side. It's a lot to see here. A lot will entail.
I mean, the fight's breaking out to the east. There's just no option on it. You can see aim assist Euro is looking into what's going on to the north. And I think that we're going to see Baguette getting caught up into it. But aim assist trying to defend up, has one of the members go down very quickly. They've been doing a great job on trying to hold the line on this spot. Coming up, trying to defend, gets a good spray down the stairwell, but has to be careful, taking a massive amount of damage. Stepping away from this, they only have one healthy member up at the time. Another one already been thirsted out and has got to be careful. It's all up to just trying to defend this stairwell as much as possible. Getting the shields back up, but there's just pushes coming from everywhere. The shields are blocking out every single angle of approach. You just have got to get out. There is nothing to be had and no safety anywhere around this area.
Oh my goodness, Amamo's playing so well. Almost got that re-knock, but wasn't able to. Shots are coming through, damage is coming through, but I think it's a 1v2 right now. They weren't able to get that revive yet. Gibby should have Dome up soon. Samama will have to play life here because it's just going to be a little bit too hard. They go for the revive, but we're broken. We're going to have to play placement. This blue bin, though, I don't know how safe this is going to be.
Well, at the stage we're at, we still have 7 squads in this tiny, tiny circle. Now it's just seeing what you can try to cling to life. This is kind of an okay point. I think that we just saw somebody playing different points around them, but has got to be so careful now. Lean into rocks, lean into any cubbies that you can find to defend up, and look at the verticality that we see coming into play, and really just Tila and the rest of what Baguette have to work with. They're just looking down from Pride Rock, and anything that the light touches is their territory. They do have to be careful, though, as people can shoot up the hill just as easy as you can shoot down, but they have so much information to work with.
Oh, they're getting shot by the whole lobby right now. Obelix is going to have to probably pop Dome here early. Yes, we do get the Dome off. We do get the Shields battery off, but they do have to look across from them as Elmo and Twiggy are taking a look at them.
I guess that's the problem. Whenever you have that high ground and you can harass everybody, you make an enemy of everybody as well. Tila leading the way. Looks like Baguette realizes what their target's going to be. Twiggy and the rest of the team now trying to move down the slope, seeing if they can navigate the rocks and the cover to give them enough space, and looks like they do narrowly get away by about a half second.
They did have the worst position, but they're so aggressive, and they've already got triple reds. The Zone 4 didn't even close yet, and they're just so good at kind of out-damaging their opponents because of the fact that they're so aggressive. So even though that team had a better angle on them, Taylor just walked across. He did not mind.
They are just running through everybody, minimal fear, and just going for peaks. Look at this. They were shooting at him a second ago, and now he's going to force them away from the peak. We've been talking a lot about Taylor, but Obelix also putting in some work. Nobody wanting to peek up this mountainside.
Yeah, that 1,666 damage earlier, you know where it's coming from. Playing those snipers, playing the triple take, the long-range guns, outputting a lot of damage, which is good for entry. We got a crypto drone. Oh, looking to scan the beacon. There's a beacon right above their heads. I think that's what the drone was gonna do, so we could maybe see that end zone pull. It never ends on a prowler's nest, so we'll pull away from where we see Amos' hero. Oh, actually, take a look at this. Amos' hero actually got Carlota's back, so Samamo ended up getting a respawn, and they ended up getting a purple armor over here on this box.
Okay. Well, I have no idea how that was allowed or managed to happen, but respect as respect is due. They've got themselves a pretty defendable point, as again the no man's land on the hillside is what everybody is trying to avoid right now. Amos' Euro's spot is fairly strong. It denies vision from Baguette. The only problem with it is you have to be very, very careful on how you make any movements from here on out, but luckily they can also get a lot of information. You can see they're just trying to stack that up to figure out how they want to navigate around what's going on and how they want to assault these circles.
Yeah, they have to make sure no one comes from behind them, as they are on they're on a high ground position, but there's not that much cover where they are. If a Horizon ends up coming over, ulting them, nading them, they wouldn't have much places to go. TXE has a Kraber, so you don't want to be in Finn's sight as Finn missed? Oh my.
That was scary no matter how you see it, and instantly shifts around like, nope, these rocks are now our safety. We were wanting to weaken up some teams around us, but instead we're just going to lean back off of it. You best stay near those rocks. That's going to be a problem if you don't. Now going to be punished for that one. And yep, now it's time to crouch and just never look this direction ever again. Or maybe what?
No, we got a headshot.
Don't do that. It's not going to work out.
Hard to peek a Kraber. Stefan's learning the hard way. Only 5 squads remaining. We've only got 5 shots left. I don't know if we should be wasting the shots unless we're planning on changing our weapon anyway. Now we've got 4 shots. Well, look at the amount of ammo we've got in our R301 though. Finn doesn't mind. Finn's got the R301, one trick in his hand. And they're moving up to see what they can play. Not quite in. We get scanned all alone. Don't have grapple up just yet. We do now though. They don't know where they're gonna play.
This is a strong area to play as a Pathfinder, especially with the sniping capabilities that you've got. You have you can move around and navigate so much of this dangerous terrain that other people are not wanting to move through. You can see one of the few players right now that doesn't have the same fear moving through this area. I mean, sure, Baguette doesn't have fear either, but that's just due to the fact that they're fine with taking the firefights around them. They have trust in their aim. The Pathfinder is providing a lot more information gathering capabilities just off of this. Baguette, though, now still continuing to harass. You're talking about these guys quite strong, sitting on the red shields at the time, but movement starting to come out around and inside the safe zone in a defendable point.
And we have TXC opt to go for the Valk ult and trying to look for a spot. They found some rocks that they could potentially play, but look, the immediate bombardment. They don't have a Watson. They don't have a Gibby. They might have to tank a little bit of this, but oh, they found a semi-safe spot behind these bins for now.
We were in a no man's land of cover, but now it's all about Capsule Corp, and the way everything's been set up over here is it's been a full push in. There's a ton of little hidey holes for teams to try to make something work. And with 5 squads left, that's what everybody's trying to do. Good spray right into the side of where Baguette was trying to hold up that cover that they was doing them so well for so long. It's going to be TXC that finds the vulnerability inside of it. He's managed to get some damage onto it.
Capitano ended up getting a member of Baguette ESL from the side. They're just getting pinned straight behind. And take a look at this. We might actually have the angle to take them all out. I believe there still might be one left alive. But they're not going to push on that. Find them maybe a little bit too dangerous. Sarah. Where's Sarah going? She's trying to do a little trick shot here.
Oh, goes with the back in the fourth. You can see now high ground fully in TXC's position. They are looking at everything that's moving around them, and they have a fun toy to have the high ground with. Be careful, and oh, I swear that went between the legs. That was just so close between them all. So now 2 shots left. Where is it going to go? And it looks like it's going Baguette's way.
Okay, we're almost out of favorite shots, but we do have that R301. We get the crack. And we might end up getting EMP'd if we're not able to destroy this. This might not be good for them if there are other horizons nearby. Gonna enable on it. Finn taking angles. Gonna be able to hit another shot. No, we're gonna go for the miss.
We are playing King of the Hill right now, as it is TXC up on top of everything, trying to make sure that people have some form of weakness before they come in to assault the building that's below them. And it is just a full-on stack. 4 squads somehow navigating this in an extremely close-range fight. Nobody really getting good vision on each other, but look at the mess that is all around this. It looks like TXC is trying to go for a low-point advantage, but it's going to be RFS on the other side of it. It's going to be sprays between the two of them, but Finn has got to be careful. Any shot you take around this point is going to reveal you to a third party, so nobody wants to set the dominoes off.
And it's gonna close slowly, but TXC do have to move a little bit. Maybe not, actually, as they have these crates to hide behind and the shots to shoot right underneath. That's a nice line of sight on that team, and they don't have much places to go.
I mean, dancing around the outside has bought them time and position, but the thing about it is, jumping back out in this point, he can harass up and still manage to make it back into that area and get up with his teammates if he needs to. This is a beautiful play, but now it's going to start being assaulted from multiple angles. He's going to have to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to lose out the box pretty quick, tries to go for the jump up, does manage to get up in this high ground again around his teammates. You can see it's all aerial. Everybody is trying to survive the best they can on what's going on. High ground shots coming out, spotting everything below him. There is no cover in this circle. It's spraying, it's vertical, it's jumping, it's hitting your shots and trying to navigate the shields below you, and a massive explosion bounces everybody out, just trying to hold it together. This is a bloodbath as RFS is trying to hold it together up on the top and is going to get it.
Oh my goodness, playing live with the Valkyrie there kind of helped them get that win. I think I saw Carlotes there in the top 2, top 3 area. It's gonna be down to the wire here, and we've got a new winner coming in, and RFS taking their first win of the series, and that's really nice to see.
I mean, that was a spicy one. It got all over the place there. It's amazing the fact that we managed to get so many teams around such a small building, and I love that we saw Finn go out for that outside position to try to harass. But it did mean the fact that he was weak and trying to regroup coming into that. He just didn't get off as much damage as he wanted to from that angle.
Yeah, I think TXC had a good position. They had good plays, but once it comes down to the wire like that, it kind of depends on the legends you have. If you don't have a Gibby, you don't have a Cossack, you don't have that kind of defensiveness to just stay alive in that end zone. They had a lot of aggressive players and aggressive legends to play, but nothing to keep them alive. Pathfinder in an end zone like that can't really do much.
Trying his best, though, but you can see it was all about the aerial dominance coming out. That was the big factor in how to navigate. Moving through, this was, I mean, from the get-go, it was just a hunt for eliminations, and we were talking about that. It's just no surprise. I'm actually kind of surprised it kind of slowed down as much as it did during the mid-game.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when there's so much open area, where once it comes down to that mid game, there's not really much place to go. There's not many fights that you can take safely, because if you do take a fight, you're almost immediately going to get third-partied for those good spots if you are in those good spots. So you do want to play it safe. I'm actually surprised that Amos Zero left their building to get some kills in the end, but they did get pushed in the 3v3 in the building. And here we've got Big at ESL kind of just chasing down whoever they wanted. They picked up a lot of kills, and I actually am curious to see what the leaderboards stand for this game, because so many teams did well that game. I feel like it was more evened out.
I mean, we saw the fact that even gods can bleed in this one. Baguette, who managed to do a lot of work moving into the zone. Just look at how many times it's just going to be different clips of them in our highlight package that we're running through from this round. But it's good awareness from other teams to find the vulnerabilities and the angles in this, because this is a very complex area to play. We've been talking about the verticality as it comes into play, just like the buildings themselves being more rounded, the stairwells, just there are so many interesting points to try to defend up on this, and you can see it was time and time again, navigating and using the terrain to your advantage was how you were either surviving or winning your firefight.
I love this from Finn and TXC, just kind of gatekeeping from inside the zone. That's a really good strategy to do. The Craver did hit a lot. We get the 140, but then we also get the headshot incoming in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Okay.
I just want to know the damage from Finn. Like, I was hoping the fact just for TXC to win so we could see how much damage that Finn put out there. That was, he was so much work. Not just from the Craver, but from just every other angle. While we saw Baguette at the beginning of this round, it was TXC that was forcing everybody to play around them for the rest of it.
Yeah, and they did a really good job Valk ulting as well. I don't know whose idea that was. I believe Raymond is the IGL for their squad, and Valk ulting to get that good position. They noticed, they took the crates, and I think if who was it? Baguette ESL on the jump tower there, if they moved towards the spot that TXC played before they actually flew to it, I think they might have been in a better position, but they let themselves get pinched. RFS, let's take a look at this. They use the Horizon, the ulti, the nade, and we have PK for the end zone, but it goes down, so it's really all up to Francis. And look, take a look, this is a pro strategy by flying into the air. Weren't able to get the hits on the hip fire, but
navigates moving through the shields very efficiently to get the time that is needed to then just get the aerial. I mean, this is very well read, as that's a complicated fight for what we saw. We saw throwables coming out and being such a huge factor. I mean, I think that's what we saw, bounce everybody out and into the zone for just a second before they could make their way back in. And RFS stacking up and just, I mean, diversified damage across the boards, but you gotta say, Savandi, 54% shot accuracy?
oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
Is that our highest of the day?
I want to say so. I mean, above 50% shot accuracy is pretty insane.
Pretty insane. Or maybe Savandi didn't shoot. Nope, I can't say that. 1267
Yeah.
damage. Okay, great shots and pretty accurate indeed. And Ferreira with the 5 kills, kind of leading the squad, getting those entries that the squad needs. And that's the great thing about playing Horizon, is you just go into the air. If anyone's low, you can easily kill them. But France is doing a great job staying alive in the end. Losing the jetpack fuel, but ends up staying alive, going back into the air to grant them the win. It was incredible by the 3 of them.
Shout out to our admins and everybody that's feeding us so much information. Esteban saying the fact that TXCF Finn did 1,875 damage inside that last round. Well played, and I mean, think about that. What, a quarter of it is almost from 2 shots.
Oh yeah, those Kraber shots were really good. Lots of them hit, and we do have our 3 winners. So RFS were the winners of our last game, which is giving us a variety today. We've got our game 3 standings. I wanted to say that it's going to make it a lot closer, and it really did. 32 points RFS, literally vibing 30, and TXC 27. So anyone really close to that second place spot. And then Baguette ESL, our dominant factor with the 50 points.
Okay, I said the gods can bleed whenever Baguette went down, but apparently they don't bleed much because they're still sitting very heavily up on that leaderboard. Now then, are we going to see some of these other teams manage to put up something and try to catch up? You can see the fact that the way that Baguette plays this, they understand exactly how to play for their win conditions time and time again, and they're a rotating set of win conditions.
Yeah, and I don't think It's My Time had that opening where they ended up ratting and were able to find a team as they only have 2 points. But I really love the name. It's kind of uplifting, and hopefully that they can improve from the day today, because we still do have 1 qualifiers left that they can sign up for at compete.playstation.com, and they would be able to play in 1 more qualifier and potentially get into our grand finals at the end of July.
Wherever you end up on this leaderboard, it's important to remember that this is the start of a journey. If you're wanting to start playing more competitive and everything like that, you're not going to just instantly jump in. The meta is different. The way teams play is different than just going through what you would normally do through match-made sessions. So coming in, getting some experience, even fighting it out, even if you know the fact that you're not going to make it into the big money at the end of this, just getting the experience and coming in is going to do you massive, massive dividends and benefits for you in the long term, as long as you keep up. Plus, the skills you pick up here are going to carry back into matchmaking and be very beneficial as well. So if you're sitting here watching and you just want to get better at the game, come jump in. What you got to lose?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Depending on the game mode that you play, whether it's competitive in private lobbies, whether it's ranked, whether it's pubs, it's all going to play out a little bit differently, and you gotta kind of adapt to the situations that you're in. And if it's hard to adapt today, you still have time to look over the VOD in the Twitch. You just go to the videos on the PlayStation website on Twitch, and you go back and you rewatch. You can learn what other people are doing right. You could learn to see like how you died and what you could have done better. There's so much room to improve, and there's a lot of time to improve.
Yeah, and that's especially once we're starting to see like new maps starting to get featured more, coming in and playing at this stage does give you more of an equal footing than coming in and playing against people that have been playing repeat maps for prolonged periods of time. This is a good time to come in and learn something and learn with the curve instead of coming in back behind the curve. So again, I know I'm encouraging you to jump in, but I will say this as somebody that got my start in competitive. I did it and I was terrified my first time. My friends were terrified the first time. But once you do it the first time, it's an entirely different thing. It's a community in order to play these types of games. You got to get everybody together to scrim, and so you've got to get along to some form and fashion, and you got to find people that play the game in the exact same mindset that you do, wanting to compete, wanting to be the best. If that's what you want, then playing is the best way to start getting there. Come in and play these events.
Yeah, and you may not be the best player, you may not be an Apex Predator, but you can always start somewhere. There are tournaments for every skill level, there's rank, there's a lot of resources to use, and getting the jitters out is really important. For me, that's kind of what holds me back when I play, is I think I play better when I play ranked because I'm more relaxed, I'm having fun, and then when I get in tournament mode, there's just something in my body that completely shocks, and that's why it's so important to continue to play in weekly tournaments or bi-weekly tournaments to get that experience, and so that you feel more comfortable in competitive environments, as you were saying. So get into your first tournament if you're watching right now. If you've got a PlayStation 4, hey, our tournaments are open, and we do have 1 more qualifiers left. Tell your friends if you have friends from EU or from NA, they can sign up for these ones, in particular the Apex ones, and they can play again in July.
Getting some spice of life with our circles, as it looks like we're going to be leading more center or at least southeast, all considered. And just to follow up with what you're talking about, I 100% agree. Like, there's something about, like, there's the hierarchy. There's, like, playing with your friends is, like, the chillest way. Then there's playing in match made for whatever reason. Like, whenever I'm put with random people, I feel like I got to show up and, like, these random people that I'm probably never going to see again, I've got to impress them for whatever reason, right? And then you've got the streaming, which is the next shoulder in the, oh my God, here are the jitters, and then competition after that. It's a hierarchy that you almost work through. And if you come through, and even if you're not wanting to necessarily compete on the big stage, you can come through, and if you want to start being a better streamer, that can also help as well.
Yeah, and being a streamer does give you an advantage because you can see your VODs, and then you have some people, if you allow backseat gaming, I know not everybody does, especially everybody's got entitled to their own opinion, but not everybody wants to hear every single one's opinion, especially if you have thousands of viewers. So it is kind of hard to tank in so much constructive criticism, but you yourself can give yourself constructive criticism just by rewatching yourself play and be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have pushed in this moment, or oh, maybe I should have healed in this moment, or oh, you know, maybe I should have repositioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing just going back and watching yourself a couple of times at the things that you think are so, like, different. Plus, an additional, whenever you're playing, this is one of the things that you'll learn by watching VODs and playing competitive. The game moves slower than you think it does 90% of the time. And once you start watching yourself play back, you'll see the fact that these moments where you thought it was like, oh my God, a half second, I died. It was actually closer to like 5-10 seconds, so you did have options inside that. And it's a great learning tool.
Yeah, and speaking of, like, the game moves slow, something I learned from watching pro players is they actually take their time. For me, I make panic decisions. But so watching a pro player take their time, take time to heal, that aren't rushed to finish the fight, it really gives me a different level of respect for them, because that's not easy to do when you hit someone for 100 or 150 and be like, I'm not going to push, even though, you know, you could.
See, I'm on the opposite side of it. I've got plenty of strategy. I got panic aim. Once somebody starts shooting at me, my aim goes a little bit of awry. So got to get those nerves back under control. You want to know how to navigate a map? I got you. You want to know where you should move at any given time? I got you. You want me to shoot well? Nah, that's not going to happen.
I'm kind of the same way, though. If I'm losing the gunfight, I panic more. And if I already got a knock, like, if I get the first knock on the enemy team, I'm the first one in there killing the next two. But if I'm the first one taking 50 damage, I'm like, oh no, my team's going to hate me, and I completely panic. So I kind of relate to that.
Yeah, once I get down into, like, regular health, that fight or flight kicks off, and I gotta go. Teams that don't have fight or flight, though, you can see lining up. I guess they do have fight. They're gonna stay there, not leaning into the flight stylings of it. AXFF looks like they're trying to figure out how they're wanting to navigate what's going on, and this is a peculiar area to find yourself in.
That barometer is a fun place to fight. The AXFF is taking really good angles, so I really like this from them. They haven't had the best day so far, but they are finding a little bit of groove. It is really hard to take a 50-50 early on, knowing that, hey, we didn't have the best day together, we're not playing well together, but hey, if we pop the Seer ultimate, which we will, we might be able to find some angles. Going down, potentially, by this R99 arrows, taking down the first one. And take a look at that, takes down another. What did I say? If you get the first knock, you're gonna get the last two. Can we get the last two? We're gonna jump down, Maddie, and we need a couple more shots, and we hit! Ooh. Exactly what I was talking about. You get that first knock, you're feeling so good.
It's that momentum. If you're ever curious when we talk about who has momentum, it's that right there. Now you're going to be moving into your next firefight, just feeling better, like you know you can take the fight, coming in with more confidence. Clipper's got some confidence to work with. They are spraying down the team in front of them, making sure to navigate as they move through. You can see so much damage being done to the other side, not even getting a moment. This is an unrelenting push on so many different angles. Are they aware of where the reposition came into as they've now moved down low, getting more spray in, but just enough time to get the bat off on the other side of it. Now moving in, trying to navigate, doing a good job on using the cover. Now looking back up the hillside, defending up, and got to be careful as Jazz is now down, but looks like they should be able to recover from this.
Wow, that was a really good push by Cheka. It didn't seem like Cheka had the momentum to catch up on this Gibby, but the R9 spray does its work. Z Stereo doing work up there. And Cheka having that angle from all the way down low, that was essential. That was really good. Oh, no, look, another team.
Yeah, it looks like we got a couple of friends that are wanting to participate into this. Aim Assist Euro was moving in because I think that they heard the firefight and they wanted a third party and realized the fact that it's already done, so they're not going to be the third party unless somebody moves in front of them and does them a favor. Now that firefight's going to break out. You can see the feet are starting to speed up a little bit. Don't want to reveal themselves just yet, as with this retreat, there might be a following squad that they can pounce on again.
Oh, if Samamo ended up shooting, that person actually had no armor, but they didn't want to reveal their position thus far.
They were pretty spread apart looking at this now. I can understand
yeah,
why.
Yeah, exactly. We could have gotten the shots, potentially got the knock, but there was definitely no follow-up as our teammates are deciding to, okay, we're grappling, we're not fighting. There's too many squads around, and we might potentially get pushed if we join this. And that's a good decision if you want to play it safe and smart.
Sometimes slow and steady does do you the favors, especially in a circle like this. It's fairly centered. It's not due-up center, but it's enough, the fact that you don't have to worry about navigating too much of movement. Awesome Manda does take some damage. Sometimes you don't necessarily need to scout with a scope. You can scout with your body, too. Now knows where somebody's at after getting shot a couple of times. Feed that information back over. Looks like Baguette on the move. I don't know if they're just going for a reposition, but given the fact that we can hear with a couple of shots coming out, they might be on the hunt coming into this, and it's definitely scouting out as they make their approach in.
I love that jetpack by Tail. They do end up finding the thirst there, but might have been a little bit too slow to catch anyone else. Munich Dynamite goes down, but maybe we can get our banner recovered. But Baguette ESL doing what they do by chasing people down and getting kill points early.
Gale Station still inside this one, as well as Antenna. Getting a cluster that is happening to the north, and looks like with the way some of these choke points lie, we might see another one inside the northern part of this next circle as well. So see how these teams disengage from each other, as it's going to be TXC involved in a lot of this right now. Looking in, realize the fact that it's going to be building top to building top, so it's mostly about aim. Pretty decent exchange between both, but it looks like we're going to start to see some artillery come in and provide support.
There's a little bit of head glitch that we can use here. 28 damage. We're going to go with the zipline. That's going to be dangerous to take. We're using the zipline for our teammates as we take an angle from the side. Now, that's really smart. That's something a good Pathfinder does, is creating some support for their teammate while making a distraction on the side. Really like that by Finn. Finn is an exceptional player.
Having to be careful. They don't want to aggress this too much, but they also don't want to relent too much at the time either. They want to make sure that this damage is stacking. That is a lot to put into this, but that is also a very complicated push to make. Playing in that second story of that location is such a problem, and how you want to move through it. That spiral staircase, I guess curved staircase, can cause a lot of problems. So TXC looks like they might just be content for taking their damage as it goes, and want to make sure that nobody is coming up back behind them, as that is a good awareness play. Is while they are up against the zone wall, they definitely want to make sure that nobody is going to be wrapping behind them.
Yeah, and we were talking about patience earlier, and Finn output a little bit over 100 damage there, but didn't push up. Why? Because we could potentially be in end zone, because there was a Seer ultimate that we didn't want to get into, but oh my goodness, now take a look at the... I think they've created a plan here to try and take out the team inside. Doesn't seem like there's anyone around, so this might be a clean fight with no third parties. Finn not risking going down yet because that team has a Caustic. It's really hard to fight a Caustic team in a building.
Yeah, and you can see that's why they're showing hesitation, making sure that the pitter-patter of their feet is revealing different points. And Finn says, this might just be too risky, might not be worth. That's probably going to be the retreat call, especially once you see the Caustic starting to get more and more stacked. It's like everybody knows that the longer a Caustic can stay in the building means the fact that the higher a chance it is when you make that push, you're going to die. So I like that. Get the read. So just step away from it. But a lot of teams, you can see, already starting to find the points that they're wanting to play from, starting to slow down a little bit at the stage. Still, 12 squads a lot.
Oh, that's Munich. So they didn't end up getting Munich Spanner on the Bangalore, but we have maybe made a safe rotation. TXC is nearby, and TXC I don't believe have a scan character, so if they do make it up into the building in front of them, they could Watson it down and act as a 3-man team. I do hear a team nearby and gonna play it careful. They are gonna work well better in a building, so if they can get one of the buildings, it would be really good for them. Playing outside is not it.
Yeah, especially whenever you're going to be outnumbered. You just want that anything that can give you more defense to work around, and especially with this comp. The two that are remaining right now, they just want to find the happiest home that they can ever live in, you know, just like kick on a fire, go ahead and start making dinner, just chill and wait for people to come to them, because that's where they're going to have probably the best benefit. And it looks like right now their home might be this little smidge. I mean, it's oceanfront property. It's got a pretty good view.
And they might feel like it's too risky to walk up into one of those buildings, so they're going to play in the zone for now. As we have Bagadius on the edge of the zone. You never know where this zone is pulling. Maybe if we see one more scan, be able to really give it a definite tell, but sometimes it could pull in either direction, towards Antenna, towards Gale, or towards the middle of the two. And we do have a crypto on our hand, going to scan the beacon in 17 seconds as the look of things, and that's why they're on edge. They see that beacon, they see a safe space, and they're gonna be able to have the most intel, but a little bit late of a rotation.
Oh, coming right in with AXFF is now last. Dave is going to be the last one alive for his squad, trying to fight it through, and he's going to go down. And it's going to be Biohazard coming in a big way to pick that one up. Aim Assist Euro coming into a fight as well. Already going to have Monda go down. Quick Sprays coming in retaliation on the other side of it is Carlotus also in some trouble, and this has just turned into a retreat to get away from a point and see if they can make sure that they got enough time like this, throw it out, see if anybody's chasing. Looks like the fight has calmed down. That was a ferocious three-way fight all of a sudden.
It really was, and Carlotta is doing good damage. But this might not be good for them as TXC. They know that they're a duo, and they want to push up on this. It did good damage, but oh, take a look at that. They would prefer to play positioning.
I'm curious to see why. It might be just due to the fact of the different angles and the rotation points that you can play around from this area, because they still have a wrap capabilities to go around to the north. But I guess it's just going to be come down, get control over a compound, and it looks like everybody's still kind of caught up looking at the circular building up on the hillside there, so that's a pretty free rotation all considered.
And it was indeed, but they, like we mentioned before, don't have a defensive character, so it might be hard to hold a building like this later on if people do end up flying in. Sarah Sutcliffe still on blue armor, is going to look to see if we could level that up. And Carlotes and Samamo, did they recover the banner? That's my question for now, because they might be able to get a revive.
In. Wow, that is a ring with a lot of cliff facing inside of it. TXC feeling pretty good about their compound reposition, though, as now it's going to be teams wrapping down from the north, and 10 is going to lose a lot of its players. You can see they also do have a team way up in the northeast that's going to have to make a move of their own. And this is a big building that TXC is in, so it could potentially support multiple teams in here if they try to defend it up. It's all about how TXC is going to opt into trying to defend this, really. And you said it yourself. This is a Sonic Gotta Go Fast squad, not a defend up squad.
They do need a Watson or a Caustic to really feel secure. And because of the way this zone pulls, everyone is going to try and take a piece of that cake, that building. They did think that it was pulling more towards that Dragon Ball building, and they guessed it wrong. In a game like this, the zone can pull anywhere, and the TXC is the only team in a building that could hold potentially 4 or 5 squads.
But there's so many sneaky approaches into this building as well. You can see that the rocks that are around it do provide a pathing to get down to the wall. There's the outer wall as well, so it's far more complicated of an area to defend up, and it looks like that's why they're starting to try to spread out. See if maybe they can get some more information on what's going on around the Aim Assist Euro. Has a couple of friends that they're trying to contend up against, and now going to go ahead and blow out See if they can move through this one. Not showing too much aggression now, as it looks like they don't want to overextend this. Feels like they've got the cover and they've got the aim, so perfectly fine and perfectly content just staying where they're at.
Got a really nice spray on Color Bucket. We got the third, so we're not too worried about pushing off on that. But we have another team kind of gatekeeping us from a really nice angle. Manda going down to 30 HP. Samamo doing great cover fire with this charge rifle. And this charge rifle doesn't have a stock. Only 30 shots left inside of it. Don't know how we're going to be able to reposition if not using a Wraith Portal. It's our only way in.
Yeah, and that's a no man's land that we were just talking about a second ago. This is going to be dangerous. You can see now pinging out the accelerants. Looks like they're trying to get everything prepped for this rotation, as it's going to be very, very complicated. Now looking at the buildings that are going to be the south of the circle, and you can see these guys are going to have to move, and it's going to get pretty feisty as they do so. At range, it's going to be Baguette that's starting to take some shots, but also going to get a knock to work with. Aim Assist still just trying to hold this one up, seeing if maybe they can get some KP out of any teams that are going to be rotating in, but it's all just a waiting game. Nobody wanting to make their move yet, as they are very aware. And they say, okay, that's it. If you're not coming to us, we're going to come to you. We realize that we need to finish this fight quickly. The ring's going to be moving anytime, so we need to dislodge you from this point.
Yeah, that was really smart. Dundee is out. They cleared one team off their back. Oh, did we get another kill? We've got Stefan, we've got Dundee, and we had Color Bucket as a kill earlier, so that's 3 kills. And they do have to kind of clear their back for a nice free entry in. Maybe not a free entry in because it could be getting gate kept, but it would be hard to hold. Sarah Sutcliffe actually ended up going down. As we were talking about, this building is hard to hold. Finn going to dodge all these other stars, but gets stuck on the blocks here, and it's going to get scanned by us here. So the enemy team knows exactly where they are. They know exactly how low Finn is, and Finn is going to try and escape. Can Finn escape, though?
There's nowhere to go. There's people everywhere. We saw Baguette that was trying to make the approach into this. TXC had this on lockdown. Now Finn all by himself trying to run out. But remember, this is outside the safe zone. This is just trying to get away. Luckily, using the firefight that's going on next to him as a distraction, I believe that we saw 4 teams now trying to take TXC's previous position. Now trying to come up, backstab out of the sieve. Maybe he can get some KP, does get some damage out of it. But are we going to see a quick turnaround continuing to harass, at least opening up the doors for another team to try to defend up? Now he just has got to go. Is he going to find somewhere that is going to be safe enough to go to as he's getting sprayed down? Now out in the ring, there is no options on this. There is no safety to be had. Where is he going to go? He's just going back to where he had to run away from a second ago. Is he going to be able to at least make it over there? And narrowly does.
That was an incredible escape, and he's actually really safe for the time being because there's no one on the bottom floor of this side of the building. So really nice recovery, really nice rotation by Finn. He noticed that he could do a lot of damage on these teams fighting on the low ground, but prioritized repositioning, and that was really smart. Baguette ESL, they ended up winning that low ground fight, ended up picking up some more KP and securing themselves the bottom of this position. And they're going to have a really easy rotation in because there's so much cover to work with. There's a lot of boxes, there's the wall, and then there's the side of the building. So I think they're going to be okay on the rotation in. And Samamo, Carlotes, and Manda, they took the high ground, so they did end up clearing their back.
Yeah, this is a lot of the names we've been talking about so far today all stacked up next to each other, literally vibing, trying to hold up, see if they can get some more points to contest up to the top of the leaderboard. Now looking up the stairwell, it's going to be just a constant peek back and forth. Everybody's nerves are now starting to stack up as they are aware of how tightly compacted this is going to be. Literally vibing, still looking around the outside. Got to be careful with this because we still have Baguette that is playing the rocks, but I think that they got shot at just a second ago, so literally vibing knows which side of the rocks that are being played, and is using that to actually get a lot more information that I thought would be okay. Finally, Biohazard taking some shots and going to force him back in the first floor.
We do have a lot of shield cells on this gold armor. I don't think we need any more loot. Picking up grenades would be super essential right now because of the end zone fights. Nades could potentially kill 3 or more people if the ring pulls down close enough to it. So you gotta look at that, and they do have the horizon to get into the air. They've got the crypto to crack almost everyone in, and they have the best building in this last zone. So as long as they can hold the bottom, they'll be okay. Taylor with the 1 clip though. Come on, y'all had the best building ever, and Taylor just does you like that.
Man, Biohazard was doing so much around the outside of that, and Baguette just comes in. He makes that look easy. Taylor just absolutely demolished him. Now spotted out another team trying to come in. The ring's right back behind him. Getting the spray and can't survive, trying to dodge out the bullets. Not even taking that much damage, just unloading on what's going on around them. Now, the new kill leader steps away. They still have this outside wall, and Baguette is coming in with authority.
Oh my goodness, a little bit of overlooting could cost you the game. This Pathfinder not going to survive. That was Finn going out. Zelda, Vig also getting taken down by Pere. And there's only 3 squads remaining, but all full squads. So we've got 1 squad outside the building, 1 in the top floor of the building, and then we've got Amos's Euro, who lost a member earlier to TXC, now out surviving TXC and potentially in one of the best buildings with a Gibraltar. This might be looking like their comeback today.
I believe that the endpoint is going to be just on the opposite side of that outside wall, right between that and the cliff facing, which means that this is not going to have too much cover to work with. Hence why you see Mondo and the rest of the crew trying to play the crates around the outside of it, those boxes, see if they can get some space. Taylor leading into the high ground. Did them well for a while last time until they finally got dethroned from that top spot. But they have the tools to work around. Again, contemplating going for that back flank. I like the fact, always thirsty, Baguette looking to see if they can pick up another KP, seeing if they can maybe get down some more shield damage, because they know every single bit that they manage to put in now makes the winning and the next couple of fights so much easier.
They're pinging this rock. I think that's where they want to end up playing in the end. Got Amos's Euro. They have to work their way in. They've already used Dome, so they won't have Dome in the end game fight. That's actually going to be crucial, because if there's one more Gibraltar ultimate, they won't have any cover. They're getting naded. They're getting arc start. Obelix down to 10 HP. Perry's going to have to do something. We use EMP, but there was a Dome to be able to create cover for the other team. Perry now getting hit by the bombardment. As I was talking about, Taylor, last one remaining for his team. If Perry goes down, Perry does end up going down. This is not looking good. It's going to be a 3v3v1 right now.
Lined up onto a Taylor's on the outside, does manage to get the shields up. You can see just tossing whatever they can over the walls, feeding information. Taylor's going to try to make a play at some point and can potentially backstab. Aim assist Euro is just trying to hold this one out in the nether, but is going to go down. It's finally going to be Viper Squadron that picks up their win.
Wow, what a phenomenal end zone. So they played patiently in that top 4, and they ended up having the best position there because they were the 3rd team to enter that. They had the Caustic, they had the Seer, and like I was saying earlier, they do a great job of rotating. I wanted to see them win, and I'm so happy that they were able to execute that flawlessly.
We talk a lot about picks, and that is a prime example inside that last game. You saw that TXC had the spot that they knew that was going to be a key component in this endgame, but their comp was more about moving, not about defending. So a Caustic comes in there, gets control over that building, and suddenly everything falls apart for everybody around them. Sure, Caustic might not be the fastest, but once he gets those last couple of circles, doesn't matter. Feels fine no matter what happens.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think they overloaded a bit. I think that they know that because they were in those boxes outside, and they ended up getting one clipped outside when they did have the bottom floor. It was them. They had the bottom floor of the building. They didn't play their corners. They didn't play their angles. They ended up dying outside, and that's really what cost them the game and created an opening for other teams to take the win.
And, I mean, that was so brazen, too. They knew Baguette was there. Also, Baguette, 2nd time in a row, getting the high ground, getting the vision, but everybody suddenly being like, nah, we don't like where you are, and combining forces to provide a heavy spray and ending up in a, I guess, desperate situation. As I gotta say, that's probably my favorite end game that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, that was a really nice end zone because we've seen so many teams do well, but we did end up seeing a great fight. We almost had the Rat, stay alive long enough. I'm not sure. I think they died in 3rd place. Uchiha trying to pop that Phoenix kit, wasn't able to. This is AXFF. I think they ended up going down here. Biohazard just ends up killing one, ends up killing another. It's really hard to fight inside of that Horizon ulti. It's not something easy to do. The verticality is just too much.
I mean, you can see some of these pathings that people have to take earlier were so hard. Aim Assist Euro, though, was doing a good job on reading the situation, and the whole reason why they had so much movement in that last circle where they could move into the area, get control over those boxes, was because of the fight that we just saw there. So many different teams can sometimes hunker down and played too passive. They realized that they needed to get control and not let anybody be able to come and backstab behind them, and that got them into the late game.
Yeah, and they did have a good recovery there as well, because they did end up losing one of their squad members earlier on. That was Raymond going down here, also outside of the building that he was in. And he had the best building, that end zone building, Baguette ESL. Look at Taylor, just absolutely phenomenal entry shots. Doesn't miss a single bullet. Actually, I really want to see Taylor's accuracy coming in today as well, because it's just incredible. And take a look at this. Notices right behind the knockdown shield. Goes for the armor swap as well. That was a quick armor swap.
I mean, just so much information being processed so quickly. Baguette thought that they had control, and then just look, everything is just dumped upon their heads. But that also does mean the Viper Squadron still had tools to work with in that late game area. Again, looking over there, not the highest amount of damage for a Caustic, but that doesn't matter. You just got to get it as it goes. We saw that Viper was playing for the end game, and that's what they got.
Yeah, and hey, it works, right? 12 points just for a win, and then you get an extra 4 points on top of that. Might not grant you enough points to be a first place team, especially kind of depending on how other teams have been playing it, right? You can be consistent in your placements and pick up wins, but if someone continuously picks up a second place with, 15 kills, they're definitely going to outpoint you. The shot accuracy, you don't really need it, honestly. The Caustic they ended up going out at the right time, so I'm going to give them props for that. And then they have a really good comp as well, so they know exactly where everyone is with the Seer ulti, and then the Caustic gas should be able to do the damage. And to be honest, I really have been enjoying how they've been playing today.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to clip that where you say that, see, the accuracy is important, and show it to my friends next time they pick on me about my aim. Be like, look, girl said the fact that it's okay. It's fine. Just let me throw down my Caustic traps and be content. See, now our winners, literally vibing, Baguette, RFS, and Viper Squadron. And girl, we are getting a spread of winners today. Yeah,
we are. And I asked you earlier, who do you want to see you win? And I said Viper Squadron, right? Because they've been rotating so well, and I wanted to see them kind of gain that confidence. And to talk about accuracy just a little bit more, I used to be scared to use the wingman because I felt like I would miss some shots, but if you continuously just miss your shots, then eventually you're going to start getting that pattern where you're like, oh, like your brain and your hand combined will memorize it, and then you'll start hitting those shots. And it's just important to just shoot in this game, because there's ammo. If you get a kill, you'll be able to get that loot back. Just don't loot out in the open, and when it's in the crucial matter of time.
See how it's all stacking together. Here is the team that's rocking high kills and high eliminations, feeling very good at the top of the leaderboard. Viper Squadron off of that win. Now climbing into second, it's going to be literally vibing an RFS to round out our winners so far that have been walking away with a round win apiece. Decent amount of kills. Now it gets a little bit more contended, as it's going to be TXC right back behind RFS, just by 2 kills. Back behind them, Aim Assist Euro by 1. Then we get our drop off into Clippers, PPM, Mugiwara Pirates, another drop off into Scoobs. And you can see the fact that I gotta say, everybody coming in, continuing to play, picking up stuff, picking up points as they play is very, very important, because you can still learn so much. I know we talked about it. We did a podcast about the fact of things that you can learn moving into it, but it is so vital. And I don't want to see anybody picking on anybody based off of their position points or anything else like that, because this is a opportunity for so many different teams to learn, and we want the PlayStation scene to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone needs that experience, right? It takes 100 losses to be able to get a win. Well, you're going to remember that win forever, right? And that's kind of how you grow. And, you might feel discouraged when you join and people are watching and you're in a tournament and your teammates are relying on you. But in the end, you're gaining experience, you're gaining knowledge. And that's honestly the most important thing, because that's going to be able to propel you to get into those higher standings. A lot of the top 10 teams are doing well with one, high kill game and a win. They're back into the top 3. So there's still a lot of opportunity. That was only our game number 4. We still got 2 games left. And if you've been enjoying the action at home and you want to be able to join in, go to compete.playstation.com, sign up for these events, tell your friends, tell anyone that's got a PlayStation to head over to the website and join us along. If you want to see us cast your gameplay and show your friends that you are on the main page, then come on, go qualify and come on along and play. Anything you want to say before we hit a break, and we're going to be back for the last 2 games.
Buckle up, get a drink, get a snack, get whatever it is you want, because you know these last 2 games are going to be absolutely phenomenal. I cannot wait. I know I'm going to be running to the restroom and right back, because we've been turning games fast. Make sure you are not gone too long and keep this open.
See you soon.
They put him down. Silence him.
Welcome to the home of PlayStation Tournaments Apex Legends Esports. Get ready for all the Apex content you need to improve your game and win prizes in fast-paced, easy-to-join competitions. Look forward to exciting content to get you competition ready, including a monthly live show hosted by me, Rainday, where we'll discuss the latest in Apex, chat with some huge guests, recap the PlayStation tournaments, and much, much more.
So far, so good.
Videos that feature breakdowns, tips, and exciting interviews. And in-depth articles featuring news, ways to improve your game, and conversations with competition winners and esports insiders. So, like, follow, and subscribe for Apex Legends content. And visit the PlayStation Tournament's website, compete.playstation.com, to sign up for competitions.
PlayStation.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game, on your PS4 console, or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?
Welcome back, everyone. We are headed into game 5 and 6. I'm Girl, and this is Matt here, joined alongside me. We've been having a lot of fun today, watching a lot of action, really close games, superb end zones.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, shout out to all the PlayStation players and PlayStation for getting together and letting us do this one. It has been amazing so far. And again, I know the way that this is going to stack up 2 more games, everybody's going to start to max out, try to get as many points as they can because the leaderboard is still compacted in several spots.
Yeah, and hey, we still got 2 games. Anything can happen. If someone has a high kill game, high placement game, they could potentially take over a first place team, but it's going to be really hard as they're really aggressive. They pick up a lot of points. Maybe they won't kill off your team, but they might kill off another 3 teams and just stack up the points. It's going to be really hard to kind of catch up to them.
I mean, Baguette has been doing phenomenal, but they can't rest on their basket full of points. There is an opportunity, like you're talking about. We've seen these teams capable of picking up some massive kills, and there's a chance that Baguette could go out early. And once that happens, oh my God, everything is going to cut loose because these people that are trying to get into like 3rd, 4th, they all know now they actually will have a shot at first. So that'll be the catalyst to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and maybe, taking a look at the winners today, there's been 4 different winners. Maybe we'll have a whole 6 different winners. That's going to be different today because of the amount of talent that we've been seeing. It's just been incredibly close, and no matter where they are on the leaderboard, they have the ability to win. Baguette ESL still reigning on top with 68. Viper Squadron 41, they've been really consistent. I really love the plays that they've been making today. Literally Vibing just made a slight mistake last game. Otherwise, they could have racked up a little bit more points. RFS, they've won the game as well, playing phenomenally. TXC, we've seen them in and out throughout our circuit, and it doesn't look like they're having the best day because they're in 5th, but they actually are. They're only less than 10 points away from 2nd, which is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we're looking through this, it's only 10 points separated between 2nd all the way down to 6th like you're talking about, and there's still jumping capabilities for so many of these teams. Sure, Baguette is putting up a massive points per game, and points per game is one of the ways that you want to measure success whenever you're looking at how to compete inside of Apex. You can keep a high points per game. That means the fact that it's harder for people to catch up for you whenever you finally do have a bad game. The question I have still is Baguette going to ever have that bad game and provide anybody to have the opportunity? Because I feel like the worst game they had was the first one, which means the fact that they were like, in 3rd? Oh, darn. That's not even a bad game in the slightest.
Yeah, that's actually really true, and since there are 13 squads competing today, they're going to be able to have that safe landing or maybe choose a different landing spot so they don't get targeted or 50-50'd for their first place. So that's a really good note. They might not be able to really get pushed into a corner since there are less teams than a full lobby, but we do still have our last place teams as well trying to catch up. And Aim Assist Euro, they're still in the top 6 and they even missed the first game. How incredible is that?
It's a statement in and of itself, and if they manage to climb up and actually start competing for first, that would be that's a dream situation for them to be able to do. If anything, it's just going to be able to capabilities to show and influence what they've been able to put together so far. I also do want to lead back to the fact that we've seen such a spread on the leaderboard as far as people walking away with wins. As we've been talking about all back and forth, we've been seeing teams being able to pick up multiple wins in a day, and that's what's led to a lot of the factors for the previous weeks. This time around, it feels like everybody is starting to grow. We've been talking a lot about that. Playing more together, playing in these type of lobbies, putting some money on the line means the fact that you're going to consistently grow at a faster and faster pace. And it's starting to look like some of these teams are figuring out their secrets to success. And if anything, that's just going to be beneficial for us as casters and for viewers and everything else like that, because that means the competition is going to get closer and the games are going to get better.
Yeah, and it really does look to seem so because the games are close. We've had 4 different winners, and that could happen in our championships, or that could happen in our next qualifiers, is that they've been playing together for so long. Plus, we have the new contenders that are showing up really strong, which is really nice to see that a new team or a newly formed team is coming in and dominating some of the lobbies. So, hey, that could be you. Come join us. But let's take a look at what characters or legends people are choosing right now.
You see how fast Elmo locked in that caustic? It's like, it worked last time. It's going to work again. I'm going to make sure that this happens. I think pretty similar spread across this is we're still leaning into a much more mobile and information gathering squads, as it looks like Viper Squadron is one of the few that's still leaning into a little bit more heavy defense.
Yeah, and you know what? Play with whatever you're comfortable with, because that actually might end up working in the championships. Maybe teams won't be able to stomp lobbies, or maybe back at ESL won't be able to go ahead and kill every team that they see. Once it comes down to championships, people are playing a little bit more safer, people are playing a little bit more strong and put together. Maybe playing the passive in the late game will end up granting teams more points. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, everything changes whenever we get to a championships situation, and so mindsets change, jitters get much higher. There's a lot of different factors moving in, and we often see people say, oh, well, you know, this is the quote-unquote best champion or the best legend in any given time, and this is true, but if you're bad at it, it doesn't matter how good it is if you don't use it properly. Like, you often see people just consistently chase after whatever the most meta and best thing is at the time. And if you just suck with that weapon or you suck with that legend, then it doesn't matter how meta efficient it is. You're still going to lose. Play with what you're good at least at the start, or at least until you feel comfortable with every single legend.
You just gave me a little sad throwback, as I was playing ranked the other day and I wanted to change my legend to Seer. And my teammate was like, you're not the best Seer. I'm like, but Seer's a great character, but you're not the best at him. And you literally just wrote down my last week's, story.
At least you have a good enough friend to tell you that. Like, I play with people sometimes, they're just like, yeah, play whatever you want. And you know that, like, sometimes I wish somebody would be like, Matt, don't do that. That's bad. You're bad. You're just going to throw the entirety of the game. I'm fine with being brutalized.
You're bad.
Yeah, it's fine. I can take it, see?
No, you want to uplift your teammates. You want to give them confidence, even if it's a little fault. But you can also give them constructive criticism, like, hey, you could have done this better. Or, have it be constructive, not just, like, demotivating.
I've seen TSM comms before. I know how they work.
That's true. They are a little bit blunt when things go awry. It's like,
but
hey.
She is right, guys. I'm just bantering. I'm bantering. Don't go around being like, you're bad. And tell all your best friends that are playing the game with you, because suddenly you're going to find yourself doing matchmaking instead of playing with friends pretty quick.
You're going to be solo queuing, and that's not the best experience. I'm not going to say worst experience, but I might say worst experience. But definitely not the best experience, as it is so hard to play in a team-based game as a solo, maybe not even knowing the language that your teammates are speaking or communicating with. If you find a duo that's speaking in French when you don't know French, it's not the easiest experience for sure.
Well, it's my time. It's now or never. 2 more games left. Let's see if they can manage to pull it together. And looks like they're at least going to be able to get 2 of their players away. I think that we saw they did lose 1 earlier. It's going to be AXFF, who have been active in a lot of these firefights, but just haven't been able to get the clean, I guess, mid-game firefight that they want so desperately in order to get them that position to where they can, like, assault the end game as efficiently as they want to. That being said, the earlier sections of this game, they are quite confident in.
Yeah, they sure are, and they have that experience fighting in Barometer, as Barometer is one of those POIs that consistently just gets 50-50, but it's so hard aggressing on the high ground team, and that's Perry taking down David. Not a place you want to see, and it's not something you want for your team, but everyone going to the low ground, bombardment going through, we're trying to get a re-knock here.
Oh, that was just sneaky coming in back behind it. AXF now in a lot of trouble. Last Hero's the last one up, but he's got the aim to compete, trying to make sure he can keep himself alive, and he is the hope for his teammates. Got to be very, very careful through now. Information being fed around both sides. You can see crawls coming out that might reveal the position for the enemy on the opposite side of it. Heroes already going to have the idea on how to work around it, and it is going to be a very close fight. Heroes, no shield to work with, but gets the spray onto the other side. Now, health evened up. Is Heroes going to be able to set for it? Instead, no, goes for a bat. And are we going to see a reset on both sides? And it looks like it's going to be a retreat from the other side, so now reses can come into play. Now looking into it, still trying to see if they can get some more. Shield now up. Gonna see if they're gonna go out for the thirsts onto this. One's gonna drop down, and that should definitely reveal position. And you've got to be so careful when you're crawling back in. You're essentially letting everybody know where that last solo is. The issue is it's a hard point to push into this, and now seeing which side he wants to assault this on. Not getting any vision around there. This could be a dangerous drop back down. Full on lineup up for AXFF, and there you go. Finally picks it up in the end. They're gonna pick up their kills and should be able to reset.
Wow, what a nice clutch fight. That's going to be good for them, for their points. Maybe making it to top 10 today. TXC, although in a little bit of a pickle. That's the great thing about Horizon. You could just juke your opponent. Nice shots coming in. And wow. Woo. An immediate knock onto Color Bucket. That's not going to feel good for him as Raymond and his team pick up another kill.
TXC finding their comfort more and more, and we were saying the fact that teams know that they need to start gathering whatever points that they can. So this is going to be the stage. Earlier fights are going to become much more important and highly impactful. People trying to scrap for any form of survival, you've got to be very risk aware in every situation coming up. Even if you're a team like Baguette that's at the top of the leaderboard, now people are going to be playing much heavier because they know 1 to 2 points might be the differentiation between placement points all considered. So not going to try to let anything slip through their fingers.
Man, now Dundee's going down. It's just not a great position to be in, just fighting TXC off drop. They're really good at those 50-50s, and they're really comfortable. I don't know if you noticed, but TXC like to land in like a few different positions. It's either fish farms or launch pad. I guess whatever has the best loot, and they are pretty aggressive off that drop. So Baguette SL, though, they're going to near in. They're coming into that end zone as they've scanned the beacon already. The R301 with the 3X car. I really love this loadout. It's a very consistent loadout. I've been playing the PK recently, and it just hasn't been as consistent for me as I've been hitting for 9 damage in some shots, and that's the saddest thing. I'm like, if I had a car, that would never happen.
Running back car 301. It's kind of one of the de factos. I feel so much more comfortable in the situation with that loadout. Speaking of comfortable situations, Launchpad Antenna and kind of got the river that's running through there as well is going to be the next set of circle that we're going to be looking at. So a lot of very cool circle opportunities. And I like the fact that we're seeing variances on this. And is he going to be able to hit that? Did the throw give him enough height for it? I think so.
Might hit, but easily dodgeable, I guess, from up top. And I don't know if Taylor wants to aggress on this or is even going to try. Oh, so we do have Horizon. Take a look at this. They might queue up, all 3 of them, and then shoot them kind of from the edge of this stick here.
So, has Taylor seen a fight Taylor does not want? I don't know, just runs in. Door is going to provide barricade for most of what's going to be going on. Now it becomes a, I guess, awkward standoff where it's just a very clean path. The door is going to open. Taylor's going to unload and going to be able to get away with that. I almost thought that might be a problem stepping out of that, but still sitting on about half life. Are we going to see assault from the opposite side? Looks like that's going to be what's going to be going on. Might buy enough time for Taylor to go ahead and get reset. And yep, throwables on both sides. And this is a very awkward standoff between everybody, but it's just going to be Taylor again finding the damage.
Taylor is not someone I want to go up against in my games. Like, 1 against 2 and ends up getting the knock and getting out. Like, that's absolutely crazy. Perry winning the PK shot against Elmo. It looks like they're going to take this home and take all of those points with them, granting them access to the high ground of potentially an end zone situation here.
That is not an easy push to pull off
No.
by any means. You're moving into a firm defended high ground, single point of aggression area, and still plays it very well. AXFF seeing more opportunities for elimination points ahead of them as 3 stack back behind 1 crate, and that has the opportunity to do a massive amount of damage. So Heroes again finding the opportunities, getting just that tick damage off of it. Not enough, but enough to make the feet not feel comfortable. So Kozu Biohazard going to go ahead and step away from it. And I think that we might see a more aggressive play on the opposite side, as it looks like Kozu is moving in, and Eros might have an idea on that, so now going to retreat back up to teammates.
Oh, that's a nice recovery that they've gotten here on the edge. They're taking high ground, the barometer. We have a beacon. It looks like we could maybe scan if we want to, or go ahead and take that fight. Got the 30-30 repeater, which is great for long-range damage. You know what? I have a new favorite gun every day or every week, so I hate saying, oh, it's one of my favorite guns, because I quickly move on from each gun. Like, I hate the R99 right now. I like the car right now. I used to play the 30-30 repeater a lot, but I move on to the charge rifle. I don't know if you get that, but that's certainly something with me, for sure.
Variety is the spice of life. There are certain guns that I know that I'm better with, but as I said, I wish some teammates would tell me sometimes whenever I'm bad with stuff, because I do kind of have like ADD when it comes to guns as well. It's like, ooh, I kind of just want to play with this today. And I mean, it makes it fun. That's one of the reasons why all the guns exist, is the fact that getting different spices, figuring out the strengths and the ways to play them also modifies your play style. So I kind of enjoy that same thing. You know, like, it's great to be great at a sniper and a 301, but at the same time, it's also kind of fun to get something a little bit more close range, get up in somebody's face. Just depends on the day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And a big shout out to the developers as well, because Apex Legends really took a shift. Like, you used to only play like a maximum of 4 different weapons, or maybe even 2. Like, you always be playing Peacekeeper, right? Or Mastiff, or Eve 8, whatever was the most OP shotgun at the time. But now people are running without shotguns, as well as the legend meta. Like, you only used to play 3 legends, and now almost every legend is viable, which makes Apex such a great game to watch and a great game to play.
And also a consistently evolving meta between the legends that are coming out and the variations that are happening with guns means the fact that strategies also have to constantly shift around. And again, that's one of the reasons this game is so fun, is you get to play to your strengths, figure out what you're good at. And so maybe you're not the best sniper. Too bad, so sad. You can find different ways to play around that and find what your strength is. Like, if you're like me and don't have the best aim, maybe you could just play more support tanky style characters and find your victories through that. Or let's say you do have the aim. Play fast, play loose, play somebody that's maneuverable. And that's one of the things I think that makes Apex so fun to play, is the fact that you just kind of get to play the way that you feel that you want to play that day, or play for your own success.
Yeah, that's so true. I never even thought of it like that. You do whatever you want in that moment. I'm kind of like you, where you know, each day I'm feeling a little bit different. Sometimes I like to play so incredibly passive, like we've seen some of the teams in this game, and then sometimes I like to play, I'm tired of sitting 15 minutes in end zone and not getting any kills. I want a W key, and I don't even care if I win. Some people might hate that, but it actually makes the game a lot more fun, especially if you're playing all day, every day. H-A-H-S. A-H-S! Oh, no.
Oh, man, that's rough. It looks like, I think that we've got the Mugiwara Pirates on the other side of it, although I think that's an Uchiha on their team, and I don't know how those two work together, but AHS just trying to retreat away, and looks like they might be able to get around. Oh, no, that rock might spell their undoing, but it looks like he does manage to navigate, and now it's just trying to get down this hillside as fast as possible.
Oh, look at how much the bombardment has done. Capitana was actually like 30-40 HP, so it really slowed down the team chasing him, even though he ended up hitting that rock for a second. The bombardment was just so good. And they are getting chased a little bit. Oh, Ghost Stuff actually ended up getting caught down and chased down, so it's all up to Fighter to get that placement point for their team.
Yeah, and this is already a stacked up circle, and if you're a solo, let's be honest, running the direction of where Baguette is probably not the best way to survive. We've got the eye in the sky, and we know that, but unfortunately they do not. Osamondo and the rest of the crew looks like they're doing a good job at holding back 2 different squads based off of the maneuverability, but it looks like TXC might be moving in back behind them to make this a little bit more of a complicated firefight.
It's going to be a hard zone to kind of enter here, as there are teams just holding them out. COA looking to try and get that entry. 3x on the charge rifle. Can we spot the Bloodhound on top? We do spot the Bloodhound, but Bloodhound gets away. We do have Bangalore, so we might be able to see an ultimate to kind of close the gap.
See, now it's just going to be Raymond and the squad that's holding down. It's going to be the next circle, so firefighting now starting to break down in the choke points, as it's just very minimal ways to move through this. COA now looking through up that hillside. Got to be careful as they have some vulnerabilities off their side. I like the fact that they're going to go ahead and move low ground, hop down in the water, try to get away from this, as it's going to be a lot of corner point navigations just to try to see if you can get away from these firing lines. As while they're at a good place now, sooner or later they're going to have to peek back up out of this, and we got a couple of people that are holding down serious high ground advantage.
And it looks to me on the map, Launchpad, so it's pulling a little bit towards Launchpad. So TXC has a nice spot kind of outside of that zone on the outer edge, but Launchpad teams might have the advantage once it comes down to the wire and the zone pulls a little bit smaller. Baguette ESL being one of them, playing in that Launchpad area and have the height over everyone else. Taking a look at Taylor, having a little fun here. Nice makeup. Worn today by Valkyrie. Love the brows.
Is that like a dominance play for whoever gets the shot call? You just get in the other person's face and start meleeing? Not being like, I get to choose where we go next. Is it like a variation of paper, rock, scissors or something?
No, I think they're just a little bit bored because they have one of the best positions. They can't really do anything with it until people start actually showing up. And they, oh my goodness, and speaking of showing up, Baguette ESL Taylor just found a team that showed up right near them. And take a look at how wide this angle Taylor is going for.
I love this. Get a couple of shots in one. Now sneak up back behind. Give them no reprieve. No safety to be had. Jumps down is like, hey, I got this. You jump down on the other side. Crossfire to pin it together. Not even losing shields yet. And this is just sprayed together. Finally, Taylor starting to get threatened. But I think it's coming just too late. Manages to survive through. And you said few things are scarier than somebody that's been sitting in the center of a circle for 15 minutes when they want a W key. It gets one of those teams.
Yep, they were bored indeed, and they found their prey and ended up surrounding them and wiping them out. That was so well played. The communication on that team is beyond me. The way that they can trust Taylor to go and surround them through the back. And Taylor actually survived with 1 HP because Obelix had his back. Munich, on the other hand, doesn't have his teammates back as he's not able to because they got pinched in the corner and struck down into death boxes in that corner.
This has been a prolonged firefight for a while now with TXC just trying to hold this. No real need for a committal out anyway. They are inside the safe zone, so they're just trying to make sure that they avoid anybody getting near them. But they are in the safe zone with a Kraber, and not the cleanest of sight lines, but there are some high ground points to be played, and that might spell doom for somebody if they're not careful.
I love that Finn consistently has Kraber. Like, dibs. I don't think Finn has to say dibs on Kraber anymore just because Finn's just so incredibly good with it and has the Pathfinder so he could get a shot, grapple in, kind of flatline someone out. I love this combo, and as a Pathfinder main, I approve, definitely.
You can see that going for the peek off to the side. And a good part of being a teammate is understanding where your strengths lie, and if you got a teammate that's good as a sniper, let him cut loose, because I mean, you can see the fact that Finn is putting in work for his squad, being patient with it right now. Is, again, not the cleanest sight lines on this, is it's much closer in range to the hills and the rocks. And I do like that about this map, is the fact that a lot of these compounds that are quite strong do have little hidey holes that people can play around to aggress onto them, so it's not like just building to building. You can use different hills, rocks to really traverse and sometimes have freer movement than those inside the compounds to react to where the next circle is going to go. Now, there's a problem whenever a firefight breaks out around you and suddenly all you have is rock and you're trying to dodge a Kraber. That might be a problem, but for Baguette, they don't seem to tolerate it.
Oh my goodness, I thought Baguette ESL had the best spot where they were, but they don't care. They'll go anywhere for some KP and some extra loot, eh? And they have a free rotate right back down the hill unless Finn catches them with the Kraber, which is completely possible.
Oh no, Francisco, that's a rough spot to be. There's no cover. There's two different firing lines against you jumping out. Looks like they're trying to figure out some way to survive here. The shield's down, but I mean, there's no free safety here. Rock on one side is going to have TXC Finn with an angle into it. Now just trying to spray into him. You can see they are weak. Is TXC going to let them stay there as it looks like they finally found some type of safety? But that could also put them in Baguette spot. But no, it's going to be Monda that moves in back behind this, and there is nowhere for Francisco and his team to move.
Oh no, into the zone we go, and now they have been eliminated, leaving us with only 3 squads left. And an end zone that's not too far away. TXC do have to move across the river. They might get gate kept by Baguette ESL. It looks like that's kind of their plan, is to stay up here and watch them as they traverse across the river. Don't know what's going on here. What do you call that with controller, where your stick moves a little bit? It kind of looked like that was happening.
Oh, the aim assist functionality? Oh, yeah. Whenever you've
Look at that.
given too much love to a controller.
Well, I know some of the best controller players have that a little bit because they change it in their settings. I forget the exact setting, but I definitely know some of the best controller players have a little bit of that, and seeing that Taylor has it, not surprised. And here we go. The zone's going to close in, and TXC have to make their way across the river.
Yeah, and Baguette's got their defendable point. Question comes to play, how big is this Kraber and how much work can it put in? Not quite finding connections yet. Finn still playing back, trying to cover his teammates. Sometimes just the sound of a Kraber can give you enough control to move forward. Now, getting closer to the safe zone, but problem mounts as you've got some things that are being thrown your way. So now having to commit in. This is going to allow Baguette to have the high ground. This is a 3-team fight, and Baguette has all of the range and control inside of this. Finn instantly has to step back, but you can see it's going to be Taylor leaning into the TXC side, and meanwhile on the other side, where we see Monda playing at, it's going to be 2 up for Baguette that's looking down a very strong rock.
I can't believe Raymond went down there. It seemed like they had a safe spot on that rock, but I'm not sure if Raymond knew completely that they were safe there. And then Baguette
don't
ESL.
peek.
Oh my goodness, Amamo going down, and this might be a thirst for them. Baguette ESL taking advantage of that knock. They're moving up on it as they normally do. Taylor with 150 spray. We're going to be able to take them that Gibby with another 10 damage, but no, we weren't able to, and that leaves this up to anyone. TXC could come in from behind and steal the win away from them. Baguette ESL going for the MP. Can we get that EMP out? We're going for the R301 damage instead. The thirst goes through. Obelix staying alive. Can we get a revive here before TXC comes on in?
Trying to see if they can line it up. They do get the res. Little bit of a delay coming into this is going to open up the opportunity. Retaliation shots coming in, but that is a very, very low Baguette on the other side of it. Raymond trying to find the angle with it. Looks like he's going to be able to get in some harassment off, but the shields are going to pop back up. Low health, but the shield should be able to enough to fight right now. Now, counterflanking around it, finding the angle, dancing around the cover. Do get the shots in, and there you go. Baguette managed to finally repeat win.
Wow, incredible recovery from Baguette ESL. I can't believe they got Taylor back, and they had death boxes around. Taylor barely got that armor swap off, but was able to do it. And hey, this is why they play so aggressive. They have so much trust in each other.
I thought that was going to go wrong, but you can see the fact that playing that aggressive styling, it's just so much, like you were saying, so much faith in your teammate to say, I'm going to do this, and there's a chance I could get pounced by 2 different teams. You got to protect me. And while he did go down, they did. And they still managed to go back down there, get the res. And a last 2-team firefight, getting res and getting shields back up, that's unheard of.
You know, if TXC came in just 1 or 2 seconds earlier, they might have been able to win that, right? Because it was just barely that they got the armor swap and they put in the work, right? It's hard to win that 2v3 situation. They tried and they weren't able to. So timing is definitely a factor, but they did well. They got second place, but Baguette ESL seems unstoppable right now.
With the amount of points, the amount of kills that they just got, picking up a victory, they already had a lead. It's starting to feel like this last round is going to be a fight for second, as we still do have a lot of teams that should be pretty close to each other, all considered, as we are seeing a little bit of a change up in who got the most kills in that round. We're going to start off with the Viper Squadron and a lot of early game fighting yet again.
Yeah, the Havoc is one of the best guns to be able to fight with just because it has so much bullets to shoot. Jazz trying to do the work but was unable to. XFF, they had this early game fight where they lost Dave, but they ended up being able to get that recovery. I believe Dusty ends up going down. Oh no, this is where, hey, take a look at this. 1 knock, 1 crack, and the Spitfire, the tracking. And I believe, and they ended up winning that because they got the recovery, right? Take a look at that.
Yeah, comes back behind it, and Viper Squadron on the opposite end of this ridiculous push coming up from Baguette. who just assaulted every single angle of what was a highly defendable position, made it look clean. But then Baguette, never content, more KP to always be found, moving from section to section. And if anything, this is leading to a more interesting last game because the fact that Baguette is eating so many points, it's compressing the rest of the leaderboard and is going to make it to where there's still a lot of opportunities for teams in this last game to climb to a potential second place.
Yeah, we were actually talking about TXC, how it looked like they were in 5th place, but they were only about less than 10 points away from second. This may have actually put them up there, as we're going to see the leaderboards later on, but this might have put them in a little bit of a boost to that second place and to secure more prize money, which would be really good for them. They get ESL, they played the high ground. I wasn't sure if the high ground was the play here, and then Tail ended up going down in pursuit, but Tail just did so much damage that it was almost so simple for his team to be able to clean that up. 10 HP on Carlotes. Carlotes does take him down because Taylor fights till the death.
That little shimmy that Taylor did just to dodge that extra little bit of damage to get a return shot, to get a knock, is so influential. These little moments that where you can just survive for an extra half second, really open up the doors for the rest of your team in the way that they handle it. And on a team like when we're looking with Baguette, you can't give them a half second. You can't give them that opportunity. You can't even give them a quarter of a second because they will respond and really turn a fight around.
Yeah, and they have, so Baguette ESL seems unstoppable. We need to tell our friends about these tournaments because we need, you know, a little bit of a rival or an enemy to come in and kind of take that spot from them. But they've been doing exceptionally well. And maybe these teams do have to take a little bit kind of notes because they get so many kills that it's going to be hard to catch up. Whether you get 1 win, whether you get 2 wins, it's still so hard to catch up because they are able to win games and produce so much points by eliminating a lot of people along the way.
Yeah, I mean, this last game, it's all or nothing, especially if you're a team that's at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Do what you can, right? Take the shots, take the fights. You can be an influencing factor and sometimes can be slightly toxic because teams that are low on the leaderboard sometimes don't have anything to lose and can bump into teams that are fighting their way up that leaderboard and cause massive problems. Just because you're at the bottom of the leaderboard doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a firefight, and every team on this leaderboard in this last game needs to remember that.
Is there any kind of advice or strategies you would recommend for these teams to be able to do a bit better in our next qualifiers? Because I know like they have like an either or like a play style, either try and fight early or try and go for late game positioning. Do you think they need a bit of both?
I would say right now it would be trying to figure out specifically the macro and how your team wants to play and rotate. That's a big factor for this, specifically hardening down and figuring out your drop spots, cleaning up those as fast as possible so that way you can move into circles that don't favor you, or figuring out how to best defend in circles that do favor you. That's something we don't get a chance to talk about a lot. If you're a team that drops somewhere and it's your de facto drop spot and the circle drops on you, that sometimes is more complicated than actually chasing the circle because you have to figure out how to respond to everybody that's going to be coming to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And take a look at this Master Circuit Champ Squad. 5 kills, 2 kills, 6 kills. Oh my goodness, over 10 kills. We're in the double digits, and take a look at that damage. All outputting, even Perry in the back, outputting over 1,000 damage and 19% shot accuracy. That isn't easy.
Yeah, especially whenever you're flying around and like landing and doing all of the stuff that Taylor is doing. I mean, we saw Taylor take off and land on a catwalk to take a firefight, and that's not necessarily the easiest way to pick up a high accuracy, to say the least. But yeah, you can see winning our last round, the only team with 2 at this stage, literally vibing. RFS and Viper Squadron going to be the other teams that are rounding out. The question comes to play, are we going to see another repeat? Can Baguette get a third one? Can another team pick up a second, or could we finally see a new winner?
Well, we have seen Baguette ESL do it before where they've gotten 3 wins. And take a look at this, almost 100 points. They're only 7 points off that triple-digit point total score. TXC, like I was saying, we're so close to second, and they have actually made it there. Really proud of them. And aim assist, Euro, missing our first game and only 1 point away from second. This is looking like a juicy last game. We've only got one game left to play. Viper Squadron also only 2 points behind. Two teams doubling in our 40 digits, literally vibing in RFS. Both teams that have won. Clippers falling a bit behind. Mugiwara Pirates a bit behind. It's gonna come down to the wire to see who gets first through fourth. Second through fourth.
I'm just astounded. Baguette almost double the points of TXC, and TXC has been active and involved in a lot of stuff. Like you're talking about Euro and their climb that they've managed to put through here, but I mean, 2 squad wipes can pretty much move you from 6th into 2nd, and just a couple placement points. There is still an opportunity. Clippers has been making it to the late game repeatedly, but just hasn't been able to find their game yet. There is a chance that they could also do a massive surge because, I mean, if you win a round, that's 12 points. That's an easy way to catch up to these teams that are only 15 points ahead of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Just win,
staying
Forehead,
alive
right?
is one thing. Just win. It's that easy, right? I mean, anyone can do it, right? But yeah, no, it takes a lot of strategy to be able to pull something off like that. That's why you see a lot of these teams like Baguette ESL scanning late. They're playing edge, they're scanning late, and then they're fighting their way through everyone in the lobby and making their way into end zone. So scanning late has been kind of their strategy into it, but we have seen some teams rotate early on and end up getting wins as well and getting into good positions. Honestly, it comes down to where is this ending in our last and final map? Is it in a good position for some of these teams, or is it in a really far away position for our top 5, top 6, top 7 teams?
I'm an agent of chaos and believe that chaos is a ladder that teams can climb. So I'm hoping it's just crazy. It goes somewhere that nobody is expecting it to, because that's whenever you get the really, really fun games. I know players don't like it. They want like the much more centered, controlled circles and everything else like that. I want to see who's the best of the best, because when you have to respond to just crazy circles and crazy situations, that's whenever it showcases who can team communicate the best, who can come up with the best strategies on the fly, and really showcase who could be the best Apex legend, all considered. I do want to follow up on one quick thing before we get into the game. You asked me a second ago what somebody could be picking up. Look at what Baguette's doing, and specifically information gathering. I feel that's one of the things that we're seeing some of our teams suffer with, specifically like hiding in cubby holes and doing stuff like that. You can't see what's going on. You see, Baguette will move into a high ground point, watch, see where people are moving around them, then choose to try to jump in and get some type of play out of it, or see if maybe they can hurt another team in there. Just using the information can be so valuable. Make sure that you're just not always pulling the trigger on everything that moves, and figure out how you want to aggress the fight.
It's actually really true. Now looking back, like the memories are coming into my mind, and they're normally in that high ground position. They can see everything, so they know they're not instantly getting third-partied if they can get a free knock and then a free squad wipe. No one's ever going to really challenge them, right? If they can just take out one for free, and they like to slide down on their opponent, see if they're in corners, get that entry damage. And even in our last game, they had the low ground, and they decided to execute this strategy and plan that ended up in their favor. I can't believe Taylor ended up surviving that.
I'm still astounded, but hey, whenever you've got the confidence and you've got the points to play around with, you can kind of do whatever you want. And that is a problem for the rest of the lobby, because they can do whatever they want, and they can take the fights as they do so choose. And that's going to be a problem for everyone else to have to deal with. As again, we're going to see the champion squad, and Taylor obviously playing with Mannequin.
So there's so much here on the line right now. This is our last and final game. It is not time to make any small mistakes, as it could just change the outcome of the leaderboards here. So will we be seeing some 50-50s? I know TXC likes landing fish farms or Launchpad, and they both do have crafting at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to land in.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a pretty centered circle, so this should be something that most people are fairly familiar with. With this, like, peak that happens at the center of this map, sometimes it makes it to where you make a quick jump out and you don't realize that you're jumping with people just due to the nature of the beast before you end up so close. So, no surprise that we're seeing a couple of later drops, and specifically in Baguette, who feels like they're wanting to be the responsive squad, making sure that nobody opts to hot drop them.
Yeah, I mean, and they had a really good ship, right? They were the last ones that were able to drop out, and they typically land lightning runs, so it's actually really good for them that The ship started from the south going up to the north. Taking a look at this Stormcatcher outside command center area, which is where it's going to end. It's either going to pull like below Stormcatcher or to the west of it. I am guessing those are the only two options. And doesn't typically pull downwards in a circle like this. Typically pulls upwards.
But we can hope. Although Stormcatcher could be fun. Nobody's in Stormcatcher right now, or Command Center, so everything's potentially free. And this is one of the reasons why you also want to make sure that you're getting like very fast loot sections, so that way whenever you end up with circles like this that nobody's in, you can be a beneficiary of that. We can see that most of our teams shouldn't have too hard of an approach. I mean, Last Eros and the rest of the crew are going to have a team that moves away from them. Dominus is going to have the Legend next to them. So, but no committals on any type of fight should have to happen at any given stage in the near future, as I think that most people can do wide wraps around into point.
Yeah, they definitely can, but the later you get there, the harder it's going to be, just because, well, take a look, there's so much open area south and west of it that it might just take a Valk ult to get there, and if you don't have a Valk, it's going to be hard. There is a beacon on Stormcatcher directly, that's definitely scannable, and above Command Center. Not much action going on. I think there were two teams antenna, but they, you know, they're going for that rotation. One team near TXC, one team going down a shipfall for more loot. Everyone's playing patient right now because it is the last game of the day.
Yeah, you either get two different last games. You get the one that's like a scrim and the last scrim of the day where everybody's like, that's it, just shoot whatever moves, I want to like go eat dinner. Or you end up in the, okay, every fight, every movement is important. Literal Vibing knows the fact that they need points. They've got a high ground advantage. I think those nades ended up pretty well. That's a good connect, and that should open up a gateway. Very minimal cover to work down below this one. Good position coming up from Biohazard, but can he provide enough cover and support for his teammates? As I don't even know where the rest of them are. Finally coming up and getting involved inside of this one. It's a decent amount of shield damage, but the problem with it is the peaks are too wide, and that's going to cause them to lose Cheeky Classic.
Oh, take a look at this. Biohazard actually hits on Flesh, but the other team had a Horizon, so they are going to use the Horizon Q to get on up over there, and it looks like they're actually losing the fight. Even though they had that entry damage, even though they had the high ground of them, they ended up turning it around. It's quite hard to do.
Yeah, and now going to force away, and looks like they're just going to go try to find a res for this. I mean, literally Vibing, trying to reset. The only problem with this is going to be the issue. It's going to slow down their plan. You can tell the fact that they were wanting to go for kill points early. They wanted to try to make sure that they could get mass as much points as possible. And instead, going to find themselves with some friends, potential for new points, and they're going to follow it fast. Looks like they might. Oh, what is even happening?
That was actually really cool to see happen. Okay, so Wraith was fairly low, Kozu in the air. They are trying to eliminate these last two people here on top of them, but they are so confused because it's like up, down, verticality going crazy. Kozu trying to escape with the Phoenix kit is getting chased by Francis, I believe, right on top of him. Kozu trying to run away, might take this 1v1, going for the portal out of here. Could get chased. Does a fake portal here? Fake ports coming back to try and eliminate Francis because it's either this or nothing. We're going with the Havoc. Yes, and we're able to... Oh my goodness, can we get an armor swap? There's nothing in there. It's empty. It was completely empty. We can't get shot here or we're dead. We're going to go back for the banner recovery.
1 HP out of the air!
Out of the air. Unfortunate. That was well played. It's like, it's either that or nothing. You either get your second place or your first place, or you risk it all. I really admire that.
I mean, you got to make the play sometimes. And even if you know it's the bad call, it's the only call you can potentially make. That is going to be slightly disappointing for them as they know the fact that they were wanting to try to climb that leaderboard. It's going to make it more complicated. Here's a variation in Legend Select that we haven't seen quite today. This is a very tanky squad.
Yeah, it sure is. We've got the brother-sister squad, plus the Gibby on the team. Jewel, also a member of TXC, as you can see there. I guess TXC might have some friends. They invited their friends over into the tournament, which is really nice to see. Ferreira doing the damage that Ferreira does. Raymond on the other side of the map. Okay, take a look at this. TXC, we know they like to fight fish farms. They got the knock. Finn going to go for that entry. Sees Ghost along those rocks very far away. Can they catch up is the question. They have Pathfinders, so surely they will be able to.
Oh, nice jumping on the ropes. Does take some damage, but going to connect. Good job on just trying to survive for as long as possible, but you're trying to run from a Pathfinder, and that's not usually going to go in your favor. Good slide across for that one. Should be able to pick up flush onto it, and that's going to be how that one probably stops for right now. I think that they're going to be content with one, or are we going to see the rest of the crew continue forward? Nah, looks like that's where they're going to stop it.
Yeah, well, they're happy with that. They got some more loot, which is really nice, especially since their weapons aren't fully kitted. It is hard to find that sniper stock. On the other side of the map, RFS, we've seen them play aggressively before. Jules C going to take down Francis, and Francis does get eliminated.
It always amuses me just standing in front of a door, doing a switch around. Oh, nice bait, Bondi. See if you can get the knock, but no! Going for it, tries to get the step away, is actually going to be the one that goes down. RFS trying to fight for their livelihoods right now. Making a play through it. Good little jukes back and forth, get some damage out of it, but this is a very outnumbered fight. Candace Spray come through, does get a knock. Now realize the fact that the ring's coming in. Gonna go for a jump up and around. Should get vision on this, could have the angle for it, but the shield neglects it. This is going to be such a problem trying to do as a solo. Shots connecting, but so low on life, and finally gonna go down.
Oh my goodness. Well played by Ferreira, just staying alive there, doing as much damage as possible. Knocking two in the process, showing how that they're meant to be in this competitive field in this tournament, but unfortunately for them, Jules C, Pathfinder, they ended up winning the fight. They played well together. They kept going for those revives to keep that numbers advantage, which was really important. AHS, so we've got a banner on Fighter, but Anna's, the one that died earlier in the game, wasn't able to get their banner recovered. Something I would like to see from Apex Legends, I'm not gonna beg for it, but you know, I think it would be intriguing if banners had more of a timer or ways to be able to craft to get your teammate back. I just feel like banner camping has been so adamant. Not saying that in this situation they got banner capped, but it has been so adamant that I feel like it'd be nicer for there to be other ways to get recovered in situations like this.
Yeah, in some form and factor, even if it takes a massive amount of resources, specifically, there's nothing worse than like being on the run. Like, let's say you lose one teammate and you're already on the run, your second teammate goes down and now you're a solo. There's no way you can circle back. So you're just forced into the rat life. It would be nice if there was some type of modification specifically in comp, in the high end of ranked. It's just, that's the way you win, is that you just don't let somebody ever have a chance of coming back. And it looks like AXFF does find themselves a good spray out in the open.
Oh, I don't know if that was the plan there, but it was really smart of them to let them get the banner, revive, and then go for some extra kills. This is going to be great for them. Dave pushing on through, first one in, playing Horizon. Fighter and Ghost barely have any resources. I feel like they are doomed in a situation like this. Fighter's down.
This is near on cyberbullying right now. Like, hey, thank you for the points. We'll take some more points. Go ahead and res it back up. Now you can see no pressure in what's happening right now. Finish that one out. Fighter does get flushed, but I think that the others still managed to make it away. Did not?
Yeah, I'm just worried about the resources, right? 1 minute and 8 seconds till you have to get in. Do you have enough resources to circle back for the banner? You do have the time, for sure, as they're not... See, they're not even banner camping because they are worried about their meds as well, right? And also our teammate that just got revived or didn't have many resources has to walk in as well.
I mean, Ghost Stuff is alive and is just to their left, but it's... Like, he doesn't have near on anything, most likely. We just saw him res, let his teammate kind of take the brute force of everything that was coming his way. But now you're still right up here next to this team, and you have near on no meds, no shields, no nothing, and AXFF just can patiently wait for you to reveal yourself.
Yeah, and they're not going to be too worried about it as they scan forward. And that's a really smart thing to do because you've been shooting in the zone. there's no way to tell if someone's out here camping, waiting for you to come on a walk by, besides using a seer or a bloodhound scan or even a crypto drone. So it's really important to be scanning on your rotations. There have been some seers that I play with that may have forgotten that they had that ability, and then we end up dying to rats, and that is probably one of the worst feelings. It's like, you made a mistake. It's okay.
There's nothing worse than whenever seer doesn't see a rat. It's like, that's your whole premise in your name. What are you doing to us, man?
Yep, it's all in your kit, and you're not using your kit, but it's okay. Sometimes you forget you're having so much fun with your friends, you know. I'm a really cool person to hang out with. You're really funny, and no, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, you're just having so much fun that you forget, or you're rotating. You just finished taking a launch pad, and you're like, you're trying to walk through the ocean. You're not scanning, because scanning actually slows you down a bit as well.
Plus, there's also that time that I am giving seer players a hard time, but you don't always expect where it's going to be, and you're trying to save it for, let's say, a building push to see if the building that you're trying to make it to has people in it and all these other things. Yeah. So you can't always fault somebody for not conveying what they're doing, but that's one of the reasons why seer sometimes it's useful to communicate what your plan with your abilities is, so that way everybody can play around it.
Yeah, exactly. You constantly, instead of your teammates being like, you better scan, you should be scanning, you should be the one to be like, all clear, we're good to go, no one in front of us, and so on and so forth throughout. And take a look at this. It actually pulled south of Stormcatcher. It was either west or south. Actually, this one can pull all the way down, but is going to pull all the way up.
But look at what's going on to the west. We're about to have, 4 teams intersect out here? And I guess they're all looking to maybe do a wrap or maybe spot each other, because it looks like Julesy is chasing after Dominus and the rest of his team. Ghost Stuff is still alive next to Capitano and them. And this is a problem for a lot of people over there, is really, look who is in the next circle.
Caster's Curse.
I mean, that's rough for everybody. Well, I don't know. It could be good for everybody, because that means the fact that they're going to get a lot of points.
You done the Caster's Curse. Ghost Stuff ended up dying. You just said, oh, Ghost Stuff still alive near Capitano. No, ended up dying right away, but it's okay.
I'll take the Ghost Stuff. If that's on me. It's not on you. I'll take the blame on that one.
I'm just kidding with you, but hey. So 8 squads, they couldn't really do much, to be honest. Solo, oh, look at this cute heart. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and everybody has their routines to play when you've got Circle. And, yep, I like going up and looking at it. This is how you know you're in the lead and you have a beautiful Circle. It's just like, I don't even need these fences. We're just going to play around with them.
Hey, they're showing love to PlayStation. This is their way of saying thank you, PlayStation, for the tournaments you're providing through compete.playstation.com. Showing some love there in the game. I love to see it. And COA, though, they don't have time to thank PlayStation, as they've got to run away and find a way to get into this zone. They're going to play the south side of it. They see a team also fighting right above them, spotting the enemy. But do decide to fight here, because Zone 3 hurts, and there's only 25 seconds.
Before we jump into the 25 seconds, I do want to tell everybody, please make sure you're going out and following these players that you like on social media, on Twitch, YouTube, wherever it is that they're trying to provide content or let you know where they're going to be playing at. Trying to climb up and make the PlayStation Apex scene much bigger, as well as also being a dominant player to start getting more attention for yourself. All of these are very, very important. So every little bit of support that you can give helps show PlayStation, hey, we love this. We want to keep seeing more of what's happening. So that said, we're moving in and we're getting that stage where you're going to have to start doing the long wraps around. And we talked about there were a lot of teams over here. I don't know if we could see any teams bump into each other in any given moment.
Yeah, soon enough we're going to see some team fights. Julesy is getting sniped at, surviving with just 10, 20 health there, popping some shield cells. Are we in a safe place right now? No, we're not, because Zone is behind us and we're getting gate capped. This is just looking like pure death on the way in there.
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Jazz is around this one. You can see the fact that this is trying to fight up this hill is just a catastrophe. There's nothing you can do, especially when you're this squad of all squads. The tanky, slow guys just trying to walk their way up. Sure, you got shields, you got other stuff. but you just don't have enough. So now it's a matter of just trying to make a break over here and trying to see if you can find some other level of approach. It's going to be bumping right into Jazz as all of this is going to be going for. Jazz is just trying to run for his life, see if he can maybe get away, but Capitano is going to be down there. New circle has revealed itself, so everybody that's been playing along the edge now has to move into Baguette's home territory.
Yeah, and they've got the high ground on that one, so they're going to have a little bit of an advantageous position for now. 7 squads remaining. AXFF doesn't seem like they spot anyone around them so far. Taking a look at the south side. Maybe they actually want to clear teams behind them so that they could walk up safe and secure, and they do spot a team.
Jess is still just trying to stay alive. Jumping down, and that's going to be all she wrote. Finally getting taken down. Mugiwara Pirates holding down the center point have got to be careful as they've got several teams that are going to be around them as well. You can see that's going to be to the right of your screen as well as to the left of your screen. 2 different squads, and here what's going to be going on. Technically 3, as it looks like it's going to be AXFF getting a realization of what's going to be happening and following in right back behind this.
So Universe ends up going down. So only 2 squad members remaining. Very nice shots with the R301. Getting the first original crack. Can we get the PK mid-air? We hit it! We hit it twice! And that was in some incredible gameplay right there. Hitting all of those shots. Good stuff by Dave. I knew Dave was a great player. And I'm glad to see Dave's skills shine there.
I just now realized what Baguette was playing. Okay. I'm about it. Let's make it. Let's bring in the chaos, girl. Let's bring in the chaos. This last fight with its heart fence and all of the Halo that's about to happen, it's going to be interesting.
Mirage isn't easy to play against if you don't exactly know which one's the clone, because it... Oh, Perry, no. Get back up those zip lines. We're gonna break the heart? We're gonna break the heart. We're not... No. Perry's like, no, we're not gonna break the heart.
Cannot break the team heart. It is universal right now. So, see, now you can see what it's like looking in, as they've got an idea on what's going on. I think they might have missed Eros and the rest of the team making that jump in. They got away with that one, so Taylor now aware, looking in, has high ground, and this is just such a dominant position to be able to play from, and specifically the fact that they can maneuver around it. They get to pick it out, but that does also mean the fact that everybody gets to see them. Now 2 teams focused on Baguette.
Yeah, it's actually going to be hard for them to come in. What did they have? Mirage, Watson, and...
I'm trying to remember.
Not 100% sure. Because they changed their squad. Okay, Mirage, Watson. Oh, so they can actually fly out. Okay, that's what I was wondering. If they have Valk, they can still fly out. If they don't, it's going to be really hard to move.
And this is such a good place for Valk, too. This is like her playground.
Actually, are they in there? It almost looks like they're in or very close to being in. They might not even have to fly at all. They just drop down with Jen and play that. There's 5 squads left, but 1 duo. They're giving us some entertainment here, going with the little dance moves on Mirage.
Well, I kind of like this. Keeping Mirage out of sight so nobody has any idea means the fact that whenever he finally does jump down in the circle, nobody's going to have any idea on what's going on.
And Mirage messes with the audio cues, right? Because the clone's footsteps actually start to pop up, and you're like, oh, behind me, oh, in front of me, oh, to the left of me, right? And it's going to cause a lot of confusion. So Mirage can play really well in this end zone. We'll see.
This is a lot of interesting do-up to happen. TXC trying to make their way into the zone. Getting on the opposite side of the wall. Have to be careful. They've got a lot of threats now around them, specifically in a danger close position in front of them. You can see jumping around on the high ground to their right is going to be their problem. But they want to make sure that they've secured their foothold in position, as this spot in the circle could be quite strong.
Oh, yeah. They've almost got half the circle. I mean, I think they have a third of the circle to play around with, which means that people might end up pushing them, but it looks like most teams are around that corner and might just fight on top of each other, leaving them the rest of the space.
Is that launch pad in the middle of this end circle just to make everything more chaotic, so you have to make sure that you can't retreat and back up into it? Because that would be the most horrible way to die, is you accidentally walk into it and you're like the last one alive for your team and just get shot off to never, never land.
Hopefully that doesn't end up happening, but someone actually might take it. Like a Valk, for example, might take it just to survive a little bit longer, and then she can cancel. But anyone else, it would be a little bit too hard.
We'll call it strategic point denial, right?
Oh, yeah, that actually happens sometimes in competitive Apex Legends, but TXC, they notice people are fighting right now, and Raymond in the air. Being in the air can be a hit or miss because everyone might just turn to shoot you. Finn taking down arrows. Dave, they are out. There's only 3 squads remaining, all full squads now.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting position for them to be playing around as all contingents to line up. See Raymond, TXC on the outside of this one as it's got cover, but it's a peak battle between a lot of different and interesting angles. Raymond doing the flank around. It might be Carlotus that does see this, and yep, does feed that information back over. This wide 1-1-1 split coming up for aim assist could be a beneficiary for them, but if one of their team members goes down, that's going to be a massive problem as they're going to lose their wing defense.
Oh, this is coming real down to the wire because depending on who wins this here might end up getting the second place. Maybe the first place, but it'd be quite hard. You need a few kills, so we're going to see later on. But the zone is closing in. Aim assist Euro, they have to be the first to move, but they have this outer edge and wall to play around.
Everything's to that point. You've got to go. You've got to do something. Now making the move in. Portal is positioned up. Aim assist Euro looking into what's going on around him. Gets a good spray. Doesn't quite get the knock, but support from the team across from him should be able to put in some work. Now, how is aim assist going to navigate this? They've got control. They've got defensive lines. And the way that this is positioned to deny out TXC. So TXC now having to look to the other team, and this is kind of forcing everything in. But aim assist Euro is now taking too much damage. They have got to retreat back and go to this wall. Are we going to see TXC waiting on the outside of this window? No. It's going to be Euro trying to make sure that they get the time out of it, but they've surrendered control of the center. Now, around the outside, it's going to be Raymond. It's going to be Sarah. It's going to be Finn. Seeing if maybe they can get the spray into this window, find the angle, and this is dangerous. They've surrendered the center. Both teams now are going to be walking into a blind in-game firefight.
They're playing really safe because they know they're up against 2 duos at the moment. Or did they actually end up getting the recovery on their Caustic behind them? Oh no, so it's a 3v3v2 situation here. TXC does have Horizon ulti, is going to pop it. Raymond is going to be able to suck Manda and Samamo in, but are they going to be able to get an angle to do some damage?
Look at Dominus's position up there. It's going to be revealed and he's going to go down, but that could have been safety. He had an angle onto Finn. Now, what are they going to do? They've got a wall between them, and they know exactly. TXC knows where the approach is, and that was just clean coming out from TXC.
TXC taking our game number 6 on our qualifier number 3 for the PlayStation Master Circuit. It was a wonderful day and some great gameplay to watch. I don't know exactly how many points that they've captured today in this last game, but it's going to come down to the wire as they were just second place a few moments ago.
They were fighting so hard time and time again that we could see the fact that wins were elusive, but they were continually making it into the end game. And we talked about this earlier, the points per game, keeping up your consistency, that's so vital. Now, picking up this last game, I don't know how many kills they were sitting on, but this should be the opportunity that they've been waiting all day for, and that's what you've got to do. You've got to eventually just set your own destiny, and they played that very, very well and understood where their win condition was and how to play around that wall, and it was everybody else having to react to them.
They may have almost overextended on aim assist Euro, but I believe Raymond was making those calls that play this safe, play this safe. We are a full team. They did get a recovery on our right. We do not want to overextend. And actually, the recovery, I don't think it was a full recovery. I think there was only one person alive there at the end. So they played it well. They made sure that they eliminated both the left and the right, securing them that win. And that granted them a lot more kills in the process as well.
There was so much going on. This literally vibing, just trying to survive. They wanted to get their start, but it's like TXC got the game that they wanted so heartily. Also, I mean, I just got to give a shout out to Baguette and understanding where they were in the leaderboard and being fairly all considered. I didn't see how they died, but in my heart, I'm going to hope that they died to the ring by still standing around their heart.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hard position to be in. Once they dropped down, they were just getting shot from multiple angles, and maybe they weren't able to place that Watson gen down in time for them to survive that. And it was just a hard place to play from. Maybe they needed to Valk ult in that situation.
I have no idea. It seems like they were pretty content to hang out up here, and then we did get a ton of squads that just all charged in at once. I love this shot. That was just so beautiful the way they followed in with this one, and much to the chagrin of Mugiwara, but it was a lot of verticality, and we talked about it at the very beginning of the day. That seems to be the theme for this map, and that seems to be the theme for the meta as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Amos's Euro kind of regrets going in there and putting pressure on that team inside, but hey, take a look at this. These are winners of our last game. TXC Sarah doing 572 damage, Raymond doing 626, and Finn doing 1,095. But take a look at 8 kills with that much damage. They really took advantage of the situation that they were dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow roll coming in for them, and we've seen Finn and this crew fighting it out. Raymond, Sarah, they've done a phenomenal job time and time again as they've managed to tackle different sections of this. So finally getting themselves a win hopefully will propel them in, give them a lot more faith, a lot more momentum moving into the later weeks of this and how it's all lining up. But again, I gotta say, we're seeing some phenomenal PlayStation Apex gameplay today, and I just want more of it, and I'm so excited to see how these guys continue to grow.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've been growing quite well. I believe last qualifiers that they ended up placing in 7th, and take a look at today. They've improved so much, right? So they ended up winning our last game. Baghdad ESL took 2 dubs. Viper Squadron took a dub. RFS, they're new here, I believe they took a dub. They were literally vibing as well, took a dub. So it was fairly evened out for the most part, and I feel like there's enough competition in this tournament to actually wonder who is going to win in our championships. We still got 1 more qualifiers before championships, but that is our winners for today. Now let's take a look at our standings to see who ended up winning it all.
Oh, up at the top of it, it's going to be Baguette, but in 2nd place, off of that victory, only separated up by 3 points, it's going to be TXC. Aim Assist Euro, they wanted that last game. That would have cemented their 2nd place, but instead, TXC, with that last firefight, manages to take it away from them. Viper Squadron going to be back behind that. RFS, literally vibing, who had a phenomenal start today. That last game in early death just did them in. Mugiwara Pirates on the drop down after that. Clippers AXFF, but a valiant fight here at the end, and PPM to round out our top 10.
Wow, what an incredible day. It was super exciting to watch all of the fun and action. And if you want to see a lot more fun and action, we've got more tournaments coming up in our series for the FGC series, or the FGS series. So take a look at this here. We've got the FGC Arcade, okay, Summer Community Series, July 14th, 6 p.m. PT. We've got Skullgirls, Madden 22 Summer, Scrims, July 18th at 6 p.m. PT, and then the Apex Legends Master Circuit. Make sure you sign up for these if you enjoy playing these games, July 19th at 9 a.m. PT. Make sure you sign up, tell your friends about it. It's coming fairly soon, and make sure you watch. Tune in twitch.tv/PlayStation.
Support everybody that you can. Compete.playstation.com if you're wanting to compete yourself, because there are opportunities. You saw the fact that we still have lobbies that have open spots that you can compete in, and we were talking about it beforehand. If you just want to get better, it's a great way to get better. You don't have to come in with the assumption that I'm going to win everything off the get-go. It's a great learning experience, and it's a great way to make a lot of friends that share a competitive scene, and also on a phenomenal console that you also play on.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to join in on the action, there's a way to do it. Go to compete.playstation.com. There's a lot of events happening weekly, and you can also watch them on our socials. So make sure to tune into our YouTube, our Twitch, and our Facebook to tune in and watch all these events happening. I know I just ended up watching the Street Fighter a little bit the other day, and it's just so entertaining. Even games that you don't fully understand or fully play, you might end up liking them. For me, I'm an FPS gamer, but I actually really took an interest in fighting games in particular this year, so that was really fun for me. Any last words to close this day off before we go into NA later on?
Yeah, I just want to say make sure you stay tuned in for NA if you can. Show them some support as well. That said, everybody that played today, thank you so much. Everybody that tuned in and supported, thank you as well. Couldn't do this without you guys. PlayStation, you guys are amazing, and we love you guys for doing this. Apex, also, all the support and everybody that's in the crew back behind us, putting in all of the work, trying to make us look pretty and sound good up here. We appreciate you. So that's about all I've got there.
Thank you so much to everyone watching at home. We'll be back later for our NA qualifiers. Make sure to tune in, and see you later.
Silence them!
Welcome to the home of PlayStation Tournaments Apex Legends Esports. Get ready for all the Apex content you need to improve your game and win prizes in fast-paced, easy-to-join competitions. Look forward to exciting content to get you competition ready, including a monthly live show hosted by me, Rainday, where we'll discuss the latest in Apex, chat with some huge guests, recap the PlayStation tournaments, and much, much more.
So far, so good.
Videos that feature breakdowns, tips, and exciting interviews. And in-depth articles featuring news, ways to improve your game, and conversations with competition winners and esports insiders. So, like, follow, and subscribe for Apex Legends content. And visit the PlayStation Tournament's website, compete.playstation.com, to sign up for competitions.
PlayStation.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game on your PS4 console or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?